Chapter 22:16. Master Ku Yin found it hard to believe that Xiao Qin actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao Qin could reach where he was. Whether Master Ku Yin believed it or not, Xiao Qin did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao Qin gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Mo Qin. After Master Ku Yin heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Mo Qin mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Ku Yin's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao Qin to think about it properly. Xiao Qin did not insist. After some thought, he said, Senior's earlier words seemed to imply something. Could the Yanwu dynasty be a troublesome place? Master Ku Yin thought for a while before answering honestly. Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yanwu dynasty, right? Xiao Qin nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao Qin, Master Ku Yin did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, You may withdraw first. As for Mo Qin's matter, we will speak about it later. After sighing in his heart, Xiao Qin took his leave. As a core doyen, Master Ku Yin held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Ku Yin's decision. If Master Ku Yin did not want Mo Qin to leave, Xiao Qin would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Mo Qin to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao Qin returned to his residence, Bao had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao Qin's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao Qin sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, There's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited. Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it. Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face, as expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill. Yes. After Bao left, Xiao Qin took out accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiao Qin swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Shao Chun followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Shao Chun opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling! The soul accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Shao Chun felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the blue dragon divine seal will undergo a qualitative change. Shao Chun thought to himself. Considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Shao Chun did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. Give me the authority token. After Shao Chun put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent and a mark, Shao Chun's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the Snow God Whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, you can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection, Sovereign Emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a faux god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life-and-death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Shao Chun. Then he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Shao Chun put away his authority token and asked, Is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, It is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you. Shao Chun frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. I still think very highly of you. Do your best. It looked like Shao Chun already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Shao Chun about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So, Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Shao Chun could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epoch is where luck gathers. The 3 dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Shao Chun was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Shao Qin never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the 3 dynasties and meet the true heroes of the great Thousand Realms. The next day, Shao Chen, Wu Meng, Nan Gongfeng, Bao Er, and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here. On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Shao Qin. Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Shao Qin about the information he obtained from Swearenji. In reality, Swearenji's original words were harsh. He said that Shao Qin was seeking death. To think that a mere one-vein sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Shao Qin was simply reckless. When Shao Qin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Shao Qin. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. You take care, too. The reward that Swearenji obtained for Lin Feng was a superior grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Shao Chen waited for 1 hour. Then he sighed to himself. It looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good. Just as Shao Chen prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. Big brother Shao. Shao Qin turned his head and saw Emo Qin rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Shao Qin revealed a faint smile. With Emo Qin by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Emo Qin even if he had to risk his life. When Shao Qin turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun's gaze at the summit of the tall mountain where the refining workshop was located. Master Ku Yun nodded slightly, indicating for Shao Qin to take care. Then, his figure slowly vanished from Shao Chen's sight. Chapter 22:17. Emo Qin came in the end. Just as Wu Meng and the others felt curious, Shao Qin introduced, "This is Emo Qin, an old friend from my hometown. She is also Master Ku Yun's proud disciple. She will be coming with us to the Yanwu dynasty." Emo Qin smiled softly and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Emo Qin. Please take care of me in the future." "Hee. Since you are Master Ku Yun's disciple, we'll have to look for you to take care of us in the future," Nan Gongfeng said with a smile. Nan Gongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty girl. While they were joking, no one dared to underestimate Master Ku Yun's disciple. "Let's go to Desolate City, then." After the introductions, the group of 6 ascended the Dao platform of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The elders of the 4 Dao platforms made their moves at the same time. Mysterious talisman scripts immediately floated out of the Dao platform. After a while, a Dao door appeared in the center. The group took one last look at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters before entering in a single file. They did not know when they would reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters again. Light flickered. When their vision cleared again, Shao Qin and the others appeared on a tall mountain. To the north of the tall mountain was the glorious and ancient Desolate City. To the south was the vast, sparkling, overflowing sea. "Little friend Shao Qin, it has been a long time. This old man has been waiting for you." The one to welcome Shao Qin at the Dao platform on the tall mountain was Desolate City City Lord Shangguanyin. To think that Lord City Lord personally came to welcome us. I do not dare to accept this. Shao Qin quickly stepped forward, not daring to tarry. Desolate City bordered the overflowing sea. It was the Heavenly Alliance's most important stronghold in the central Great Realm. The Desolate City's city lord was a powerhouse with a status equal to that of a core doyen. Shangguanyin smiled happily and said, "Why would I not dare to accept this? You came from my desolate city, and you are already a rank 6 envoy inspector before the age of 100. How could I not personally send you off when you fought so hard for me? Nangong Feng, Yun Fei, you too are pretty good as well. If I am not wrong, you should be one of the heaven-defying sovereign personages who took the test back then. Now, you are already sovereign emperors. The younger will surpass you in time." When Desolate City Lord spoke to Xiao Qin, he did not neglect the people around him, giving him a good impression. "According to the rules, I can't keep you here. Otherwise, I'll treat you well. Look above. That is the 7-star heaven suspending worship that the Heavenly Alliance prepared for you. It is completely made of alloy." Shangguanyin pointed above his head, and the others looked up. There was a silver worship hidden in the clouds, emitting a powerful pressure. It was like a silver dragon hidden in the clouds, ready to strike. This 7-star heaven suspending worship made of alloy had always been in Xiao Chen's hands when he was the envoy inspector. The dazzling battleship was so dazzling that Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Many years ago, Xiao Chen did not even have a heaven-suspending war chariot. Now, he had his own heaven-suspending war chariot. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance had modified it with heaven-suspending war chariot. "Let's go. I wish you all the best." "Thank you, City Lord." The few of them cupped their hands and left. They flew into the sky and entered the alloy armor hidden in the clouds. After Xiao Qin entered, a captain immediately came over and handed over control of the worship to him using the inspector token in his hand. "My lord, this 7-star soaring cloud worship is yours. After you retire, the Heavenly Alliance will keep it. If you want exchange for it permanently, you will have absolute priority. I will stay on the ship for half a month to help my lord familiarize himself with this worship. I will leave when we arrive at the Yenwu dynasty." Xiao Qin felt satisfied with this captain's attitude. He said calmly, "You go first, then. Mo Chen, lead everyone and send off the captain." Mo Chen nodded slightly, knowing that Xiao Chen was about to start accepting this worship. This was a 7-star heaven suspending worship made of alloy. Furthermore, it was made of alloy. Even a peak sovereign emperor might not be able to bear to attack it after seeing it. The value of this worship was inestimable. The earlier Xiao Qin could accept it, the earlier he could. As for Xiao Qin, he casually strolled around the worship. He had experience as a pirate before. He was very familiar with the warships designed by the Pirate Alliance. Soon, he gained a rough understanding of this 7-star heaven suspending worship. It was indeed pretty good. Heaven suspending worships were mainly used in the central Great Realm. They had their own merits compared to pirate ships. Not wanting to be too high profile, Xiao Chen made the silver worship in the overflowing sea change to an ordinary sky blue color, the same as the overflowing sea. The overflowing sea was the largest inland sea in the central Great Realm. There was a world gate in the middle of the sea, connecting to the 7 great forbidden seas of the Great Thousand Realms. There were many legends about the overflowing sea. However, most of them were forgotten long ago. Now, most people treated it as a sea of trade, known for its prosperity and prosperity. After patrolling the area, Xiao Chen went to the deck and looked at the boundless overflowing sea. He discovered many ships in the surroundings, as many as fish in the river. There were at least 10,000 ships heading for the Yenwu dynasty at the same time. After Xiao Chen's soaring cloud changed its color, it did not stand out among them. What is waiting for me in the dynasty? When faced with an unknown challenge, even if one knew that it would be very troublesome, one could not help being curious. Lin Feng's final words cast a shadow over this trip. To think that the previous 3 envoy inspectors all died. Indeed, the Yenwu dynasty was a land of trouble. However, it was good to be able to leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Qin already had enough of the Heavenly Alliance's atmosphere. Being stuck between Mu Zifeng and Swearenji did not feel good. Compared to the Heavenly Alliance's pure profit organization, this was too stifling. After a while, Xiao Chun returned to his room and looked around. He pressed his palms together and circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Demonic qi immediately surged out, spreading to every corner of the room. Even if someone checked in secret, they would only think that Xiao Chen was cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After all, this was not the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were not that many sovereign emperor experts on the worship. When the demonic qi turned pitch black, Xiao Chen spread his hand, and the divine universe steel appeared in his palm. I should have gone long ago. I had no choice but to wait until now. Xiao Chen sighed. Logically speaking, now that he was a sovereign emperor, he should have gone to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters had many spies. Xiao Chen could not guarantee that no one was spying on him during every mission. Xiao Chen remained cautious and could not find an opportunity. Today he finally got one. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Xiao Chen entered the divine universe, steel space. The dragon race's Dao platform was under his feet, and a blood moon was above his head. A vast sea lay in front of Xiao Chen. There were many teleportation nodes on the sea, connecting the divine dragon empire's vast transportation formations and many secret realms. At the end of the sea was a blurry blue dragon totem. Every time Xiao Chen looked into the distance, he could sense it weakly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If I can break through to great perfection, Sovereign Emperor, I might be able to drive the Dao platform under me and directly descend to the Kunlun realm. However, I wonder what kind of trouble I will encounter if I descend to the Kunlun realm with my current strength? Let's not think about this for now. I should go to the Blue Dragon's ancient land first. Xiao Qin leaped into the air and directly entered the blood moon above his head. In the next moment, the divine universe steel in the room vanished with a flash. When Xiao Chun reappeared, he quickly descended from the Blue Dragon's blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. Egg is back! The black and white eggs, who were bickering in boredom, immediately exclaimed when they saw the figure in the blood moon. Egg is a sovereign emperor. Egg, come over and fight with us. The black and white eggs rejoiced. With Xiao Chen's appearance, their strength adjusted again, surpassing 3-vein sovereign emperor and reaching 4-vein sovereign emperor. The initially interested Xiao Chen immediately gave up when he saw the situation. These two puppets should have sensed that his soul energy had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. Hence, their strength was adjusted to 4-vein sovereign emperor, which was 10% higher than his. However, Xiao Chen's true cultivation was only that of a 1-vein sovereign emperor. How could he be a match for a 4-vein sovereign emperor? What more too? Ignoring these two fools' cries, Xiao Chen turned into a sea of lightning and descended on the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Boom! When the sea of lightning landed on the city walls, Xiao Chen revealed himself and looked at the holy mountain in the city. Rumble! The ground shook. A blue dragon statue slowly swam at the summit of the tall mountain. A spiritual light flickered in the statue's eyes as it looked at Xiao Chen from afar, putting a mountain of pressure on him. Since you are already a sovereign emperor, quickly come over. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He no longer hesitated. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his arms spread out like wings. When he landed, he happened to appear in the mouth of the blue dragon statue. Then he pushed the door open and strode in. Blue Dragon Inheritance. I, Xiao Chen, am here. Chapter 2218. After pushing open the door and entering the blue dragon statue, Xiao Chen walked straight ahead. Soon he reached the end. The wall at the end had a picture of 10,000 dragons gathered. Back then, this was where Xiao Chen formed the 10,000 Dragons picture and obtained the right to cultivate the 10,000 Dragons art. Whoosh! The dragon spirit appeared and looked at Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, you advanced to Sovereign Emperor so quickly. This truly surpassed my expectations. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Even if he had not entered the faux god world, he should have been able to advance to Sovereign Emperor by now. After entering the faux god world, Xiao Chen's progress to Sovereign Emperor accelerated significantly. I came as promised. Now that I am a Sovereign Emperor, I wonder if I can obtain the Blue Dragon's inheritance? Xiao Chen asked directly, getting straight to the point. The dragon's spirit replied indifferently. Right now, the Blue Dragon race's bloodline has withered. You might be the only one left. If not you, who else is qualified to inherit this inheritance? 50-odd years ago, that Heaven Dragon race clansman knelt outside the city for 100 days. Even so, I did not let him enter the city gates. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had such an encounter. However, you have to think this through. After obtaining the Blue Dragon's inheritance, whether you are willing or not, you will bear the fate of the Blue Dragon race. They all had to shoulder the fate of the Azure Dragon race, unable to escape. There was no other choice. You will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline and reviving the dragon race. Wait, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party. Then he looked at the dragon spirit and said, I know about reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. Back then, the old dragon horse and the others in the Kunlun realm told me about it. Now, the Blue Dragon totem I laid in the Kunlun realm has improved. However, what does reviving the dragon race mean? The dragon spirit replied, Fate. Back then, be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor or Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan, they were only one step away from establishing the supreme divine dragon dynasty, unifying the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao and starting a new epoch. A new epoch? That's right. From the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree, the martial epoch entered an irreversible decline. The rise and fall of epochs is like the cycle of the 4 seasons, just like when the Immortal epoch fell and the martial epoch rose. The dragon spirit said indifferently, counting from the great desolate Aeon, the dragon race has experienced many epochs, and their inheritance has not been extinguished. However, in the end, we were unable to truly create a new epoch. Our Azure Dragon race possesses the proudest bloodline of the dragon race. We ought to create an epoch that belongs to the dragon race. Xiao Chen was secretly speechless and said in a low voice, It feels so far away. It's fine, whether you're willing or not. This is the fate of the Blue Dragon race. It's unavoidable. The dragon spirit did not speak further. It said softly, Come with me. I'll bring you back to meet your ancestors and write your name on the royal genealogy records of the dragon race. Kacha! The dragon spirit gently pointed, and the wall with the 10,000 dragons picture slowly opened from the middle. In the eternal darkness, there was an ancient azure book floating quietly. What is your name? As Xiao Chen found this strange, a voice suddenly rang out in his heart. Before he could react, he replied in his heart. As Xiao Chen said the words Xiao Chen, in his heart, the ancient azure genealogy records quietly opened. Xiao Chen's face twisted in pain and discomfort. He felt like his soul and bloodline were being pulled out by a formless force. When the name Xiao Chen was carved on the book and the book closed, the feeling of his soul and bloodline being pulled out disappeared. Whoosh! After the book closed, a drop of dragon blood flew out and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt all the blood in his body boil. His great, desolate Aeon bloodline activated uncontrollably. Then, Xiao Chen let out a loud cry of pain. He could no longer suppress it, roaring crazily. dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the state of kingship spread out, shaking the world. A horrifying and startling king's dragon might burst out of Shao Chen's body. This was the king's dragon might from the ancient, great, desolate Aeon, the legendary era. Shao Chen sank into madness. The pain made him lose all rationality. An ancient mark slowly formed on his forehead. When the imprint was completely formed, Shao Chen regained his consciousness. He felt as if he had been reborn. Not only that, but he also exuded the ancient king's dragon might with every movement. Shao Chen's aura changed completely. Not only that, but the power of the blue dragon in his bloodline seemed even stronger than before. The most shocking thing was that he could now control his great, desolate Aeon bloodline as he pleased. After the great, desolate Aeon bloodline erupted, his strength would soar wildly. However, it would not last for long. The side effects were obvious. After the bloodline was activated, there would be a long period of weakness. However, now that the bloodline was clearly activated, Shao Chen did not feel any madness at all. Everything seemed to be as it should be. This is my strength in the first place. Naturally, it should be under my control. What's wrong with me? Shao Chen looked at the dragon's spirit in shock, not understanding what was going on. King, you are now the king of the blue dragon race. The blue dragon king is you, Shao Chen. Your name is already written in the royal genealogical record. Naturally, your bloodline is the royal blue dragon bloodline. Although the other bloodlines proclaim themselves kings, their names are not written in the royal genealogical record. None of them are true kings. The dragon spirit said, back then, although Dragon Emperor Shaoyin was defeated, the royal genealogical record did not fall into the enemy's hands. Whoever possesses the royal genealogical record holds the authority to be conferred king. Now, in this martial epoch, only the dragon race truly possesses the royal genealogical record. The royal genealogical records of the other great, desolate Aeon races were lost long ago. This slightly stunned Shao Chen. Although he was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the Kunlun realm, in reality that was just a title. It did not bring about any change. This time, Shao Chen was able to properly acknowledge his ancestors and obtain a drop of royal true dragon blood. From today onward, he would be the bona fide Blue Dragon King, not just a title. Did you just say that I have the authority to be conferred king? A brilliant light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes as he looked at the royal genealogical record. The dragon spirit said indifferently, now that you are the Blue Dragon King, this royal genealogical record naturally belongs to you. Those dragon kings, not written in the genealogical record, are all false kings. The Dragon Emperor is also a false emperor. The authority to be conferred king. This was probably the most valuable treasure in the Blue Dragon inheritance. Shao Chen found it incredible just thinking about it. With this genealogical record, he would have an additional trump card in his fight for the Dragon Emperor position. Come, follow me to the inheritance hall. Right after the dragon spirit spoke, the 10,000 dragons picture walls reappeared, isolating the royal genealogical record in that eternal darkness. Shao Chen followed the dragon spirit, making many turns before arriving at the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Restrictions surrounded the entire hall, radiating the blue dragon's might. Bathing in the familiar blue dragon's might, Shao Chen felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. Each floor of this inheritance hall has a corresponding supreme treasure, be it alchemy recipes, secret treasures, cultivation techniques, or all 3. Aside from the first floor, which does not require a challenge, the remaining 6 floors require you to pass a test before you can enter. The dragon spirit pointed to the inheritance hall and introduced it to Shao Chen. Can I enter now? Shao Chen asked in anticipation. You can. The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. However, only a small number of treasures will appear on each floor. The first floor will be randomly distributed based on your strength. The later floors will be based on your performance in the tests. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. Xiao Chen asked curiously, "There's such a thing? Didn't you say that all the inheritances here belong to me? Why is there such a setup?" The dragon's spirit laughed softly and said, "What are you thinking? Since this is the inheritance hall, naturally it has to be passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that you want to empty out this treasury? Such a setup ensures that my blue dragon race will never decline. As long as the bloodline survives, there will be a time for us to rise again. Now that you are the blue dragon king and the dragon emperor in the future, you have the responsibility of enriching the inheritance hall." Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he agreed. So, he did not say anything more and headed for the inheritance hall. The invisible restrictions sensed the royal blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body. They did not stop him at all, letting him enter smoothly. A weapon was stabbed into the centermost stone pillar of the inheritance hall's first floor. It was a black saber. Xiao Chen felt excited. Although his tyrant saber had been modified several times and was already comparable to an ordinary inferior grade soul tool, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. In terms of grade, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. Given Xiao Chen's status as a rank 6 envoy inspector, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue using a Dao tool. Xiao Chen walked over with large strides and saw the words Heavenly Waters on the stone pillar. Heavenly Waters? Your name is Heavenly Waters? Chapter 2219. Heavenly Slayer. A pretty good name, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the saber's hilt. A familiar feeling came. The saber hilt seemed to be made from the trunk of a thundercliff tree, similar to the 200,000-year-old herb king that Xiao Chen once obtained. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, and the saber haft burst forth with resplendent electric light. The entire inheritance hall's first floor trembled slightly. Xiao Chen tried to pull the saber out, but found it extremely strenuous. The electricity from the saber continuously bombarded his physical body. Interesting. This saber has a rather bad temper. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and his thunder Dao domain spread out. Qi, qi. He immediately pulled the saber out by 1 centimeter. Following that was an even stronger counterattack. Strands of electricity gathered in the hall, forming electric blades that shot at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen strengthened his thunder Dao domain to the second layer. The electric blades flying over immediately turned to dust, knocked away. You have a temper. However, I do not have the time to continue playing with you. Xiao Chen smiled, and his thunder Dao domain broke through the second layer and the third layer, reaching the fourth layer. Then a saber light flickered on his forehead as he brought out his saber Dao domain. The instant the 2 Dao domains layered over each other, Xiao Chen pulled hard and pulled the saber out in one breath. Cassier! The instant the saber was completely drawn from the stone pillar, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Was it a heart shattering? It was not a heart shattering, but the sky shattering. If Xiao Chen could see through the inheritance hall, he would see a continuous crack in the sky of the land of the blood moon when the heavenly slayer saber was drawn, looking like a wound. The saber was 2.5 fingers wide and 3 meters long, looking like a lone peak piercing the clouds. The tip of the saber had a 30-degree angle. Electric patterns spread out like ripples on the black saber, giving off a bleak chill. After Xiao Chen drew the heavenly slayer saber, a jade strip slowly floated out. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the jade strip. Immediately, words introducing Heavenly Slayer appeared in his mind. Heavenly Slayer, a medial grade soul tool, a weapon. The blade was forged from the demonic tribulation lightning metal, and the handle was made from the ancient lightning cliff tree. The ancient lightning dragon true soul was infused into it. The devil tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent divine material that was produced when an ancient devil monarch underwent the true God tribulation. It was ferocious and domineering, containing heavenly Tao killing intent. It was sharp, able to release demonic tribulation divine lightning, as if it was heavenly punishment. If it was activated at full strength, it could shatter the sky, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and cause the stars to fall. After it was successfully forged, it had been soaked in the chaotic space's lightning sea for 10,000 years, causing the heavenly Tao's killing intent to be restrained. Among medial grade soul tools, it was infinitely close to superior grade. The requirements for using it were quite high, requiring an extremely high foundation in the path of lightning. If there was no need, do not use it. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent is unleashed, if it doesn't kill, it will harm itself. Bang! Just then, the stone pillars shattered and a scabbard appeared. After Xiaoqin recognized it as its master, he sheathed it with satisfaction. However, the last sentence made him somewhat cautious. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent was unleashed, if it didn't kill, it would harm itself. Very good. As a replacement for the tyrant saber, Xiaoqin liked this heavenly slayer. Under normal circumstances, using the tyrant saber would be sufficient. After all, once he used a soul tool, it would feel like he would not rest until he died. Xiaoqin looked around, but did not discover anything valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although a medial grade soul tool was already very valuable, especially since it was a weapon that Xiaoqin could use. This place was, after all, the Blue Dragon's inheritance hall. However, this was the Azure Dragon's inheritance hall after all. Xiaoqin harbored great expectations. Feeling dissatisfied, he continued searching. After a while, a wall attracted Xiaoqin's attention. There was another 10,000 dragons picture on it. It seemed somewhat different. It was also a 10,000 dragons picture. However, this 10,000 dragons picture had the blue dragon in the middle, with the other true dragons serving as foils. So that's how it is. Xiaoqin's face lit up in joy as he slowly understood the meaning of the painting. There were actually some hidden words in the painting. It turned out that this was an advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Forming the 10,000 dragons picture was only the first step to cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The later steps were the most important. Xiaoqin found his bloodline and advanced it step by step. Finally, the 10,000 dragons art would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. The entire inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Each floor had an advanced cultivation technique. After 7 floors, it would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate this advanced cultivation technique. Xiaoqin's divine energy surged and materialized many dragon images, forming the 10,000 dragons picture. As the cultivation technique circulated, the dragon images flickered and changed continuously. Dragon images circled Xiaoqin's body, changing unpredictably. The thousands of dragon images changed at will. The thousands of dragon images scattered, and only a blue dragon image remained behind Xiaoqin. Following that, many dragon images reformed with the blue dragon as the center. 2 days later, Xiaoqin opened his eyes again, and a brand new 10,000 dragons picture formed behind him. Xiaoqin formally cultivated the 10,000 dragons art's first layer, with the blue dragon as the core and the 10,000 dragons as support. The entire 10,000 dragons picture improved further. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoqin did not continue forward. It was not yet time to enter the 2nd floor. After leaving the inheritance hall, the dragon spirit said softly, "It looks like you already comprehended the advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Not bad. With your current cultivation, you are not far from opening your 2nd divine vein." At that time, you will be able to enter the second floor's inheritance hall. What's wrong? Does the second floor's inheritance hall require 2 divine veins to enter? The dragon's spirit smiled and said, that might not be the case. However, you can give it a try. You cannot pass the test with just 1 divine vein. Shao Qin shook his head and said, there's no need. When my saber technique improves further, I will come and challenge you. I have to go now. The dragon's spirit nodded and said, I look forward to your next visit. After accepting the blue dragon's inheritance, Shao Qin had gained a medial grade soul tool, the Heavenly Slayer Saber. He had been conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and obtained the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, successfully advancing the 10,000 Dragons art. Shao Chen's harvest in this trip to the land of the Blood Moon surpassed Shao Chen's expectations. Be it the Heavenly Slayer Saber, the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, or the brand new 10,000 Dragons picture, they all allowed Shao Chen's strength to soar. Now, those sovereign emperors who had not condensed any divine veins could not last one move against Shao Chen. No matter how demonic or strong a one-vein sovereign emperor was, Shao Chen could easily kill them. As long as one was not an outstanding talent or had a fortuitous encounter, he could crush a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Even against a 3-vein sovereign emperor, if Shao Chen brought out all his trump cards, his chances of victory would still be high. Only a great perfection sovereign emperor could put some pressure on Shao Chen. However, if the other party underestimated him, his chances of victory would be hard to say. After leaving the ancient Blue Dragon City, Shao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and landed before the black and white eggs, looking like he teleported. Long time no see. Shao Chen said softly. The black and white egg smiled and said, cut the crap. Come and fight with us first. Our hands are itching. How many years has it been since we bullied you? If we don't, we won't get another chance. Right. Brat, your growth in strength is really horrifying. These 2 fellows had adjusted their cultivation to 4-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, they had faux god foundations. Furthermore, they were puppets. Naturally, Shao Chen would not seek a beating for no reason. If you want to exchange moves, sure. Come 1 at a time or 2 at the same time. That's all, Shao Chen said rationally. TSK, who wants to go 1 at a time with you? We are here to bully you. If we cannot bully you, why would we fight with you? Egg, you are really shameless. The black and white eggs immediately became unhappy when they heard that, so they started blabbering on and on. Never mind, then. Actually, I came this time mainly to bring you out for a stroll. What is the point of the 2 of you bickering here all day? If you are capable, come out with me and see what true experts are like. Shao Chen ignored the 2's chatter and started bewitching them. The black egg shook its head and said, the 2 of us want to go out as well. However, we have master's final orders. Shao Chen said, honestly, actually the dragon egg emptied out this inheritance palace back then. The 2 of you are guarding an empty city. What? I don't believe you. I want to go and take a look. The 2 felt shocked and incredulous when they heard that. When they entered the palace and saw an empty hall, they were immediately stupefied. What a great dragon egg! To think that you are so ruthless. You emptied out master's inheritance all by yourself. Not even dregs remained. To think that we guarded it for so many years. Damn dragon egg. After we go out, we will find you and beat you up into meat paste. After a while, the black and white eggs appeared before Shao Chen. They said, come, we'll go with you. Hee. Once we 3 eggs work together, we will be unrivaled. No one will be a match for us. Let's go. The 2 battle puppets were bored out of their minds in the land of the blood rain. In reality, they had wanted to go out long ago. Everything went as Shao Chen expected. He smiled faintly and called the black and white eggs into the divine universe steel. Chapter 2220. Demonic Qi and Black Smoke continued to surge in Xiao Chen's room on the alloy warship. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the divine universe steel returned to the room from the land of the blood moon. Soon after, 3 figures appeared one after another. After Xiao Chen appeared, he gently waved his hand, and all the demonic qi immediately vanished. Then 2 combat puppets, one black and one white, appeared at the same time. A 7-star heaven suspending warship. Its entire body is made of alloy. Egg, you really struck it rich. The black and white eggs had followed their faux godmaster and were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the alloy warship. The black and white eggs immediately praised it excitedly. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. Although the black and white eggs were only 4 vain sovereign emperors, they had the foundations of a faux god. The black and white eggs were especially good at working together. Although they were 4 vain sovereign emperors, 5 vain sovereign emperors, or even 6 vain sovereign emperors might not have an advantage over them. However, Xiao Chen had to think of a reason for the 2 to appear. The 2 of you, can you make yourselves appear to be early-stage sovereign emperors in the eyes of others? Xiao Chen asked softly after thinking for a while. Black Egg smiled and replied, "How difficult is that? According to the rules that Master left, we can only increase our strength if you increase it. However, we can lower our strength freely, so you don't have to worry." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. When he first met the black and white eggs, he had thought that they were only great perfection, holy venerates. I am somewhat curious. I am clearly only a 1 vain sovereign emperor. How did the 2 of you adjust to 4 vain sovereign emperors? White Egg giggled at Xiao Chen's doubts. Do you think we are fools? Your soul energy already reached that of a 3 vain sovereign emperor. If we were only 2 vain sovereign emperors, you would have crushed us. Xiao Chen was immediately speechless. If the black and white eggs had been 2 vain sovereign emperors, he would not have minded exchanging moves with them. Hee, the 2 of us are going out for a walk. The black and white eggs finally left the land of the blood moon. After saying goodbye, they pushed the door open and left. Xiao Chen could not stop them. Ah, hey, there's actually a girl. Unfortunately, her butt is not big enough, and she is not tall enough. It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Let's go. A startled cry came from outside. The black and white eggs startled Bao who quickly entered Xiao Chen's room. Young master, what are those 2 things? The panicked Bao said with a trembling voice, her face still showing some lingering fear. Xiao Chen said softly, "These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained in the past. They are quite intelligent, but don't worry, they don't have any ill intentions. It's just that their mouths are a little poisonous." A strange look flashed in Bao's eyes. She patted her chest and said, "Mister, next time you have a battle puppet like this, you have to tell me beforehand. You scared Bao to death just now." Xiao Chen knew that she had doubts in her heart. However, she should not be able to guess the mysteries behind it. He stood up and asked, "How much longer before we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty?" "Young master, our luck is not bad. The overflowing sea is calm, and our journey is smooth." Bao answered obediently. After looking at the black and white eggs messed up the room, Xiao Chen said, "Tidy up. I'm going out for a walk." All right. Soon, Xiao Chen, who was strolling around the warship, heard the sounds of fighting. He followed the sounds and arrived at a dojo in the alloy warship. Then he saw the black and white eggs fighting saber demon Wu Meng. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor of the black and white eggs bloodline. The black and white eggs suppressed their strength to the same level. At the side, Mo Chan Nangong Fong and the others watched interestedly. Bang! Wu Meng got knocked off the arena. He showed a pained expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Trash! Trash! You can't even defeat my 2 combat puppets." The black and white eggs mocked Wu Meng cockily. Nangong Fong said, big brother Wu Meng already lost 3 times. Each time, he could not last more than 10 moves. Strange. Where did Xiao Chen's 2 combat puppets come from? Hey, big brother Xiao, you are here. When Mo Chen saw Xiao Chen, she smiled faintly and said softly. Xiao Chen nodded. Then he walked over and asked, "What happened?" Mo Chen explained. He said that Egg brought these 2 combat puppets over. After explaining for a long time, we understood that it was referring to your big brother Xiao. After that, for some reason, he started fighting with Wu Meng, saying that he wanted to torture him. Nan Gongfeng smiled and said, Xiao Chen, do you really have a nickname called Egg? The others also looked over curiously, revealing smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. His illustrious reputation was going to be ruined. These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained by chance. I just recovered them today. If you are interested, I can give them to you. If you are interested, you can exchange moves with them. They should be able to improve your strength significantly. Really? Yun Fei and the other 2 asked with interest, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Fighting with the black and white eggs had significantly improved Xiao Chen's strength. Of course. The prerequisite was that he could endure the torture of these 2 fools. In that case, I will have to give it a try later. Hence, the miserable cries on the alloy warship did not stop for the next few days. Every day, aside from refining the soul accumulating pill, Xiao Chen started to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques. 5th move, 3 life flower. 3 life flower. When 1 flower bloomed, 3 lives appeared. This vaguely seemed similar to Xiao Chen's state of cycle. However, after so many years of research, Xiao Chen understood that it did not have much to do with the state of cycle. Xiao Chen only recently comprehended the true meaning of this. The 3 life flower cleansed all the glory of one's previous life. The instant the flower bloomed, all the glory would be cleansed, illuminating one's previous life and current life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen's group crossed the overflowing sea and finally arrived in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. Aside from Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bao, the others appeared fatigued and dispirited. Naturally, the reason went without saying. Anyone who had been tortured by the black and white eggs for 10 days would end up like this. Their physical bodies were still weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, as Xiao Chen said, their strength had indeed soared. A short 10 days equaled half a year's worth of experiential training, perhaps even more. Wu Meng could even fight the black and white eggs to a draw at the same cultivation realm. When Wu Meng was on the verge of victory, the black and white eggs decisively stopped fighting him and focused on training Nangong Feng and the other 2. Young Master, should we communicate with the nearby Heavenly Alliance factions and get them to send us to the Imperial capital? Bao asked. This was her responsibility. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need. We will not startle anyone and head directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. I recall that the dynasty's headquarters is in some building? Bao reminded, the Misty Rain Pavilion. Mo Chen muttered to herself, The Misty Rain Pavilion, this name is rather poetic. It does not seem to have much to do with a merchant association. The 3 dynasties occupied the lands where luck gathered in the central Great Realm. The dynasty's capitals occupied the extremes of luck and heavenly luck. The martial epoc's Dragon Vein's origin was a gathering place of the world's outstanding talents. The Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital, Yen City, at the foot of Spirit Vulture Mountain by the Flaming River, a Buddha statue stood at the summit of this Spirit Mountain. This was the Kasayapa Buddha. The Buddha statue looked majestic and colossal, looking down on the common people. It had a benevolent expression as it smiled, showing the Buddha's benevolence. Legend had it that the hidden spirit temple was built on this spirit mountain. However, there were many temples on the mountain, and visitors came in an endless stream. However, No one had seen where the hidden spirit temple was. No matter what, this was the largest holy land of the Orthodox Buddhist sects, the place where all the incense offerings in the world gathered. The Yenmu dynasty had 100 provinces. Each province had 100 counties. Each county equaled half of the Great Thousand Realms. The royal court controlled the Yen province. The Yen province occupied nearly 1/3 of the dynasty's land. Each of the Yen province's 100 counties was incredibly vast and boundless. Hundreds of millions of people lived there. There were many sects, countless noble clans, and many outstanding talents. The royal court firmly controlled the entire Yen province. It had deep accumulations and occupied the dynasty's luck. The Yen province's 100 county lords were either royal court princes or noble clans' clan heads. They held high statuses, even stronger than some feudal lords. Some of the horrifying county lords were even feudal lords in the first place, holding conferred lands in other provinces. The imperial capital, Yen City, was in the center of these 100 counties. The entire Yen province's 100 counties were like a coiled flame dragon. This Yen City was the dragon's head, spreading out layer by layer, firmly controlling the Yenmu dynasty from there. Yen City was the dynasty's true center, where all the sects and factions of the dynasty gathered. The super-factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao in the martial epoch, as well as the rank 7 sects, all had their merchant associations, connections, and residences here. Even the Tianmu dynasties and the Shinmu dynasty's imperial capitals were inferior to Yen cities in terms of prosperity. This was because the hidden spirit temple was ethereal and did not exert any strong control over the Yenmu dynasty. They only interacted with each other and often did not even show themselves. The hidden spirit temple was unlike the profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin sect, which firmly controlled their respective dynasties and ostracized the other factions. They were less tolerant than the Buddhist sect's holy lands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be hard to find another capital like Yen City that could gather so many cultivators and super factions. No one knew what awaited Shaoqin. Chapter 22-21. Yen Province's 100 Counties. In the center of the 100 counties was the imperial capital, Yen City. Outside Yen City was a vast region known as the Outer City. Ordinary people without high cultivations were not qualified to live in Yen City. To enter the imperial capital, one needed to be at least a primal core realm cultivator, a primal core venerate with some status elsewhere. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the imperial capital. However, in this imperial capital, primal core venerates could only do the lowest jobs, serving tea, clearing trash, and welcoming guests. Even so, an endless stream of primal core venerates wanted to come to Yen City, putting in a lot of effort to enter the city. It was not just the central great realm. Countless primal core venerates in the outer seas of the entire martial epoch wanted to enter Yen City. There were even some who stayed in the outer city for decades, all for the sake of making more contributions and obtaining a spot to enter Yen City. Why? Naturally, there was a reason. The currency in Yen City was primeval, heavenly pills. That was to say, even if one served tea or cleared trash, doing the lowest jobs, one would obtain more benefits than a regular rank 6 sect. Only rank 7 sects outside could refine primeval, heavenly pills. Regular disciples could only obtain a limited number of primeval, heavenly pills. Perhaps they might as well do odd jobs in Yen City, where they would gain more. Based on this, one could see how prosperous this imperial capital Yen City was. To cultivators, it was a holy city. To merchant associations, it was even more incredible. The currency here was primeval heavenly pills. The benefits of doing business here went without saying. Compared to the other 2 dynasties' imperial capitals, which were strictly controlled, the open and tolerant Yen City was the most prosperous in the world. Xiao Chun and the others spent half a month silently arriving at the imperial capital Yen City. Along the way, the group managed to obtain some information about the dynasty's imperial capital. However, when they arrived, they were still shocked for a long time. The difference between the Yenwu dynasty's other counties and Yen province's imperial capital was like that of clouds and mud. No wonder people said that as long as they firmly controlled Yen province, the royal court would never have to worry about the other counties rebelling. Guided by someone, Shaoqin arrived at the imperial capital, Yen City, near the Misty Rain Pavilion. In front of the building, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There was an endless stream of customers entering and exiting the building. The booming business left one speechless. All of them were cultivators with high cultivations, exuding a noble aura from their bodies. With one look, one could tell that some of the young cultivators were either the young masters of noble clans or relatives of the royal family. They all had the dragon chi of the royal family on them, looking noble and extraordinary. The few of them stood in front of the building and listened to the melodious music coming from inside. They were slightly startled. The Misty Rain Pavilion was actually a brothel. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yenwu dynasty is actually a pleasure quarter. This is their mistake? Clearly stunned, Baop said sullenly, "Young master, the appointment certificate does indeed say the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no mistake." Emo-chan smiled softly and said, "It is not impossible to establish the headquarters in a brothel. At the very least, the effect is pretty good to deceive others. Let's go in and see." Shaoqin did not intend to startle the person in charge. He led Nangong Feng, Wu Meng, and the others directly to the doors. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "I heard that the dynasty's capital has always been peaceful. The noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family all indulge in extravagance and wealth, competing with each other. They call visiting a pleasure, quarter a pleasure. They might even compete with each other for the sake of some singers they like, spending a lot of money, and even fighting over them." Shaoqin said indifferently, "There is no need to hear about it. This is the truth. After a long period of peace, the so-called martial holy city slowly changed. In this imperial capital, Yen City, some of the famous singers are known as headliners. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Their status is even higher than that of a grandmaster of the martial Dao. This is really absurd. The martial epoch does not respect the strong. To think that they pursue such vanity," Wu Meng said with some disdain as his lips curled up. Shaoqin did not dislike singers and headliners. The music Dao and singing and dancing were all great Daos. The azure lotus sword fairy from the fairy basket that Shaoqin once obtained was one of these great Daos. She was so strong that Shaoqin still found her unfathomable. However, a group of noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family blindly pursuing such vanity was somewhat neglecting the essentials. Perhaps Yen City had to pay a price to become the most bustling capital in the world. This young master looks somewhat unfamiliar. Are you an honored guest from outside? The manservant at the entrance asked softly when he saw Shaoqin's group. Shaoqin did not deny it. He replied softly, "Yes, I have long heard of the Misty Rain Pavilion's name, so I came to take a look. Sorry if you are not an honored guest of the shop. You will need to pay a certain amount of primeval heavenly pills before you can enter." The manservant apologized softly. However, he revealed an aloof expression in his eyes. The group hid their cultivations. Aside from their extraordinary auras, they did not have the noble air of noble clan disciples or relatives of the royal family. It would be hard to avoid looking down on them. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters before, so he did not care about the auras of Shaoqin's group. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters, so he did not care about the auras of Shaoqin's group. This was especially so when he heard that they had just arrived at Yen City. so his attitude was somewhat stiff. Yun Fei frowned slightly and said, "First, you have not eaten or drank tea. You have to pay primeval heavenly pills to enter. Rules are rules. If you are reluctant to pay primeval heavenly pills, please leave. Our Misty Rain Pavilion never lacks guests," the manservant said with a polite expression while smiling. Xiao Chen stopped the angry Yin Fei and asked softly, "What is your name?" "This humble one is Zhang Ping. I have been in Yan City for 4 or 5 years already. Do you have any instructions for me?" When the manservant mentioned that he had been in Yan City for 4 or 5 years, he appeared very proud, acting like they had just arrived at Yan City. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "How many primeval heavenly pills do you need?" "If you are not an honored guest, you will need to pay 100 primeval heavenly pills before you can enter. Tea and drinks are included, not even one less," the manservant replied indifferently. Xiao Chen immediately felt some heartache. Back when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, his monthly stipend was only 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. "Mo Chen, give it to him." Xiao Chen did not have any primeval heavenly pills on hand. He had already exchanged the primeval heavenly pills for origin liquid. He had also exchanged most of the origin liquid before he left, leaving only 5 tons of origin liquid in reserve. Mo Chen stepped forward and handed the manservant 100 primeval heavenly pills. Then the manservant led the group in with a smile. After entering the pavilion, the group discovered a completely different world inside. The hall was not like a hotel. Instead, it was a small world of its own. There were 50 kilometers of peach trees and small rivers. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5. White clouds floated in the center. A stage made of heavenly mountain white jade was on the white clouds. On the stage, a woman was playing the pipa and singing a clear song. The tune changed unpredictably. Sometimes it sounded like a mountain stream hitting a rock. Sometimes it sounded like a gushing river, looking grand and majestic. Many mysterious phenomena appeared behind her. Sometimes a bright moon soared up amid the misty rain. Sometimes hundreds of flowers bloomed. Sometimes great rivers materialized, changing according to the tune. As the song played, it felt real and fake at the same time, like a dream or illusion. Immersed in it, they did not want to wake up. They only wished that the song would continue, that they would not wake up from this dream. This was the first time the group saw such a spectacle, so they felt shocked. After standing there for a while, the music attracted their attention. Shock flashed in Wu Meng's eyes. He said, "Seriously, the woman playing this tune is actually a sovereign personage. This is really strange." Disdain flashed in the manservant Zhang Ping's eyes. He thought to himself, in the end, this is still a country bumpkin who has not seen the world. He teased, "To think that you can make out headliner Ziyan's cultivation. That is not easy. You came at a bad time. You saw it for yourself. Headliner Ziyan is performing today, so the Peach Blossom Pavilion is full. There is only one private room left. If you do not mind, you can only stand." Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor who had opened one divine vein. Naturally, he would not make things difficult for this primal core realm manservant. He could not be bothered with this minor character. Wu Meng did not answer, waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. "A private room, then." Xiao Chen said indifferently. The manservant felt incredibly shocked. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to go to a private room? The cost will not be low. It will be calculated based on time." This tight frown made the others unhappy. However, they all had Xiao Chen's instructions to keep a low profile and explore the Misty Rain Pavilion first. Furthermore, the other party was just an insignificant primal core venerate. They could only let the other party act arrogantly. Xiao Chen countered with a question, "What's wrong? Do we need to pay in advance to go to a private room?" The manservant Zhang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need for that. No one in Yen City who dares to renege on a debt in the Misty Rain Pavilion has been born yet. Under Zhang Ping's lead, the group arrived at a private room and sat down. The seats were pretty good. The windows were wide open, allowing them to clearly see the performance on the stage in the center. You can withdraw first. There is nothing else for you to do, Xiao Qin said casually, and Zhang Ping withdrew with a smile. He did not even ask if the group wanted maidservants to accompany them to drink, directly withdrawing. Xiao Chen thought that the group probably came to the private room to pretend to be fatso. How could they have the extra money to pay for maidservants? After the food and wine were served, Bao obediently poured wine and tea for Xiao Qin and the others, playing the role of a maidservant. Bao sit and eat with us. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Emo Chen said with some heartache when she saw Bao standing around busying herself. Bao smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Emo Chen. However, Bao is a maidservant in the first place. This is what I should do." When Emo Chen saw the situation, she did not say anything more. The group had been on the move for days and could not be bothered to rest. Furthermore, there was a performance of the music, Dao, that they had never seen before. The group chatted happily in the private room. Xiao Chen observed in secret, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. In the future, he would have to guard this place for a long time. It was necessary for him to hide his identity and come to check. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice came from outside. "Damn it! I want to see who is occupying my private room. It is rare for this young master to come, yet you want me to be a standing guest. Your Misty Rain Pavilion is really something." Bang! Amid the commotion, the door to the private room that Xiao Qin and the others were in was pushed open rudely. Chapter 22. Bang! Someone pushed open the door to the private room, and a youth barged in. A group of people followed behind this youth, all of them giving off an unconcealable sword intent. They should be from the same sect. Otherwise, their sword intent would not be so clear. Zhang Ping complained endlessly as he stood at the side, not daring to stop them. "You clearly come here once in a few hundred years. You did not pay a deposit and only said so. Why can't you give it to someone else?" However, Zhang Ping only dared to grumble about this in his heart, continuously apologizing on the surface. Among the group of people, only an old man attracted the attention of Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, and the others. This was because this person was the only one vain sovereign emperor. The others were sovereign personages. Before becoming a sovereign emperor, no matter how heaven-defying one would not be worth mentioning in their eyes, not even worth a second glance. With this look, the group calmed down. They maintained their calm expressions as they looked at this group of people. Only Xiao Qin entered deep thought when he saw the youth leading the group. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Qin! That youth had an extraordinary aura, giving off a faint dragon qi of a dynasty. Clearly, he was a relative of the royal family, possessing the royal bloodline and showing a noble air. Boom! In that instant, that youth's aura erupted, ignoring the Misty Rain Pavilion's rule of not fighting. He did not hold back at all when he erupted. That startling, killing qi spread out. This instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The pipa music of the headliner Ziyin, who was playing on the stage, stopped. All the guests turned their curious gazes to this place. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was not the peak pleasure quarter of Yen City, its background was still terrifying. Even a regular prince would have to think twice before making a move here. Sometimes, even if it was hard to avoid conflict, it would be due to bickering. Most of them did not dare to fight. This was because everyone understood the rules. Just like today, Xiao Chen had unleashed all of his aura without restraint. His killing intent was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. How great was this grudge? Such a strange matter caused many guests to cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. No. However, just as that person soared into the sky and was about to attack Xiaoqin, the sovereign emperor old man in the group rushed forward in a panic and firmly restrained his young master. Elder Feng, let go. I want to kill him. I must kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust. I want him to die a horrible death. The finely dressed young man was suppressed by his own clan's expert, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Elder Feng grumbled inwardly. He even wanted to curse out loud. Who could you possibly kill? The table across from him seemed unremarkable. However, most of the people at the table were sovereign emperors. This was especially so for the white-clad person in the middle. With just one glance, Senior Feng felt extreme fear in his heart. Wu Meng and the others showed indifferent expressions as they watched this scene. Their expressions did not change at all. Xiao Chun raised his wine cup and discovered that it was already empty. Before he could do anything, Bauer, who was at the side, smiled gently and obediently filled Xiao Chun's cup. After the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Chun slowly put down his cup. Then he looked at the newcomer with some misgivings. I seem to recognize you, but I can't recall who you are. I am Monarch Yu. Monarch Yuangling Elder Feng, let go of me. Let me kill him. When the newcomer heard that Xiao Chen did not even remember his name, he could not help roaring angrily, feeling greatly humiliated. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Monarch Yu was enraged, but Elder Feng firmly held him down. His fellow disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Monarch Yu, I recognize him. His father is the current Dukian. Strange. Why is the old man beside him, holding him down, not letting him make a move? Isn't that simple? He must have broken the brothel's rules. That might not be the case. The way I see it, the strangeness of this matter probably stems from that white-clad person. This person is clearly not simple. This is also strange. To think that this person does not even know Monarch Yu. However, when Monarch Yu saw him, he seemed to go crazy. The strange scene in the private room confused everyone. They could not figure out what was going on. Monarch Yu? Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. He asked sullenly, which Monarch Yu? I do not know any Monarch Yu. Damn it. Xiao Qin, do you think that you can escape death by pretending to be crazy? Back then, when we parted at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, I swore that if I did not kill you in this life, I would not be human. I did everything I could, but I could not find you. To think that you actually delivered yourself to me. Elder Feng, let go of me. If you still do not let go of me, I will get my father to kill you when I return. Monarch Yu Wangling glared at Xiao Qin. If looks could kill, Xiao Chun would have died hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times already. Elder Feng did not seem to hear what Wang Ling said. He smiled softly and said, This young master, my clan's young master, is speaking nonsense. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Since you do not know him, we will leave first. Goodbye, goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Chen could not remember who he was, Elder Feng felt lucky and wanted to quickly leave with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chun toyed with the wine cup in his hand, entering deep thought. Then he said sullenly, Wait a moment. I remember who he is. Monarch Yu, this was a grudge from many years ago. Back when Xiao Chen first entered the Central Great Realm, Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, invited someone to compete with him in archery on the battlefield. Xiao Chun shot 3 arrows in a row, defeating the other party with every arrow. However, the other party refused to give up and took out his secret treasure. In the end, Xiao Qin shot an arrow with the god Shadow Bao, defeating the other party again. In the end, Monarch Yu continued to act shamelessly, wanting to use sword techniques to kill Xiao Qin. After being defeated, Monarch Yu tried to gang up on Xiao Qin. Such a person looked elegant on the surface. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal family, acting all pretentious. However, After peeling off that layer of hypocrisy, he was even more loathsome than a hoodlum. He did not know himself and was as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. No wonder Xiao Chen could not remember him. Almost 8 years had passed. How could Xiao Chen spend any effort to remember someone who was not even comparable to trash? If not for Xiao Chen reminding him a few times, Xiao Chen would not have remembered. At this moment, Elder Feng was somewhat frightened silly. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, my clan's young master is Duke Yun's son. He already has a noble title, and his name is already written in the royal clan's genealogy." Xiao Chen interrupted. "Let go of him." Elder Feng felt that the situation was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Meng, who was at the side, said, "I told you to let go. Did you hear me?" However, Monarch, you did not seem to notice anything. Rage and the hatred that he suppressed in his heart for 8 years overwhelmed his mind. He shouted, "Elder Feng, don't boost my morale. Let go of me. Today, I want to see what gives him the confidence to dare to come to Yen City and send himself to death after not seeing him for 8 years. Elder Feng ignored Monarch Yu's words. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Sorry, this old man cannot let go." Elder Feng felt a trace of killing chi. If he let go, Monarch Yu might die miserably on the spot. This thought was somewhat exaggerated. Would there really be someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion who dared to kill Monarch Yu? Furthermore, the person that Monarch Yu killed was Duke Yun's son. Although his bloodline was thin, it was still a bona fide royal clan bloodline. Monarch Yu was definitely a royal clan member. However, for some reason, Elder Feng felt that if he let go, Monarch Yu would die immediately. This kind of fearful instinct prevented him from letting go. Right now, he was waiting for the Misty Rain Pavilion's experts to show up. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was large, if something happened, experts would arrive within 10 seconds. However, to Elder Feng, these 10 seconds felt like years. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt incredibly nervous. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Feng. At this moment, their gazes met. Boom! Immediately, the strong soul energy of a 3-veined sovereign emperor and the royal blue dragon bloodline landed on Elder Feng with terrifying pressure. Elder Feng wanted to hold on. However, under this immense pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to do anything. With just one look, Elder Feng lost. When Monarch Yu felt that Elder Feng could no longer suppress him, he immediately roared and soared into the air, thrusting his sword at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! How terrifying was this sword strike! After 8 years of sharpening a sword, even the dullest blade would become incredibly sharp. For the past 8 years, Monarch Yu could not forget the humiliation he experienced in the soaring dragon residence every day and night. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. The immense pressure turned into motivation. He had been cultivating bitterly in the divine sword pavilion for many years, waiting for this day. Monarch Yu felt that this sword strike seemed to have surpassed his expectations. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of heaven-defying sovereign personage. After this sword strike, he would definitely succeed in condensing a divine seal. Monarch Yu trembled in wild joy, feeling nervous and excited. Indeed, Xiao Chen was his demon heart. After killing Xiao Chen, breaking through to Sovereign Emperor would be just a matter of time. What a terrifying sword strike! The killing intent and Tao contained in the sword sent a chill down the Misty Rain Pavilion's cultivators, who were far away. Bang! However, Monarch Yu, who had just leaped up and had yet to move, suddenly exploded. That's right, he exploded. Thousands of saber lights burst out of Monarch Yu's body, looking resplendent and dazzling. In the next moment, Monarch Yu's corpse did not remain, leaving only broken limbs and a pool of blood splattering the elegant room. As for that terrifying sword strike, it had not fully bloomed yet. Instead, it fell silent like a flower wilting. Someone killed someone. Someone killed someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was Monarch Yu. After a while, the entire Misty Rain Pavilion turned chaotic. Everyone startled awake, wondering what exactly happened. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion descended into chaos. Some people were frightened out of their wits. They tried to leave in a fluster, knocking over many tables and chairs. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The vast Misty Rain Pavilion immediately turned chaotic. There was no longer any of the calm and peaceful atmosphere of the Misty Rain. The imperial capital Yen City had been peaceful for many years. Perhaps there were people dying every day in secret. Perhaps the struggle for benefits had never stopped. However, it had been several hundred years since anyone dared to kill someone in a brothel in broad daylight. This was especially so when the person was someone with the royal bloodline. Was the imperial capital going to change? Chapter 22-23 Misty Rain Pavilion, Yen City. Was there a need for a reason to kill? Of course there was. No matter how lowly an ant was, it was still a life. Even respect was needed, not to mention humans. Although Xiao Chen was decisive in killing, he never killed the innocent. Most of the time, Xiao Chen could punish people lightly and not kill them. However, there were some people that he absolutely had to kill. Monarch Yuan Ling was such a person. Such a person was like a rabid dog. Although Monarch Yu was trash, he had some authority. He did not fear open attacks or hidden attacks. Monarch Yu feared that Monarch Yu would not deal with Xiao Chen, but the people around him when he went crazy. One did not fear hypocrites. One feared true vile people. A true vile person would resort to all means, disregarding morality and rules. One could not guess when he would go crazy. Hence, since Xiao Chen remembered it, there was no need to leave Monarch Yu alive. If this rabid dog really injured or humiliated the people around him one day, Xiao Chen would not be able to bear the price. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance. A drop of rain fell the instant Monarch Yu erupted, ending his life. The manservant, Zhang Ping, was already frightened silly in the private room. He was stunned into silence, unable to say anything. Senior Feng showed a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. The other party's terrifying strength had already cast a shadow in his heart. Senior Feng wanted to leave but did not dare to, as Xiao Chen had not said anything yet. The divine Sword Gate disciples accompanying Monarch Yu were stunned, unable to react. Whoosh! 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 At the crucial moment, two figures appeared in the private room, radiating the aura of a three-veined sovereign emperor. These were the experts overseeing the Misty Rain Pavilion. Normally, many ignorant people would cause trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter how powerful they were, they would suffer when they ran into these two. These two rarely showed themselves. However, in secret, they were known as the Misty Rain Twin Demons. Senior Feng recognized the two and immediately released his bated breath. He said, "Seniors, my clan's young master died a miserable death in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter what, please give us an explanation." As Senior Feng spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. Clearly, he wanted the Misty Rain Twin Demons to take down Xiao Chen. However, the Misty Rain Twin Fiends ignored Elder Feng. They looked at Xiao Chen and said something. Monarch Yuan Ling caused trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion, wanting to kill the Misty Rain Pavilion's honored guests. In the end, he overestimated himself and died a miserable death at the hands of a sovereign emperor. Duke Yun failed to teach his son properly, causing our Misty Rain Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely pursue this matter to the end and report it to the royal family's sect elders. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Misty Rain Pavilion. Everyone heard him clearly, not missing a single word. Old Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. He had not expected such an ending at all. This person had killed a member of the royal family. Shouldn't the Misty Rain Pavilion capture him and then apologize to Prince Cloud? Why was the situation reversed? Do you still have the law? The one he killed is Monarch Yu, a true inheritor of our divine Sword Pavilion. He does not even care about our divine sword pavilion. Misty Rain Pavilion, I think you don't want to continue operating in the imperial capital. The disciples of the divine sword pavilion woke up from their stupor. They were all indignant. Scram! Bang! The Misty Rain Fiend duo did not make a move, but these divine sword pavilion disciples who shouted were all knocked into the air. Then the Misty Rain Pavilion's guards each carried one of them out. The Misty Rain Fiend duo looked around, and their gazes landed on Old Foam. Old Foam trembled slightly as he said, "I understand. I'll take some of young master's belongings and leave." However, when Old Foam looked around the private room, he saw that Monarch Yu's corpse had already disappeared. There was nothing left to take. Old Foam took a jade pendant and quickly left without even turning his head back. Honored guests, there is no need to panic. Today, a small situation occurred in my Misty Rain Pavilion, startling everyone. The matter has already been resolved, and I have apologized to everyone. Today, the Misty Rain Pavilion will not be accepting alcohol. Please, drink to your heart's content. For the next 3 days, there will be no charge. The Misty Rain Pavilion will entertain everyone for free. At that time, the 12th headliner will appear as well. Just at this moment, someone spoke softly as she leaned against the railing at the highest point of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her melodious voice sounded like the chirping of birds in the forest, very pleasing to the ears. What was even more pleasing to the ears was the sincerity of her apology. No alcohol, no charge for 3 days, and the 12th headliner performing at the same time. The moment this person said that, cheers rang out. Then the sounds of stringed instruments, pipa, and harp rang out at the same time. The 12 headliners appeared on the stage one after another. The atmosphere in the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly changed, reaching a climax in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the guests were attracted by the headliners who appeared one after another. Once again, they became immersed in the wondrous music. The earlier interlude ended up bringing out this performance, making the guests even more excited. Furthermore, there was free alcohol. With everyone drinking to their heart's content, the Misty Rain Pavilion was destined to be a carnival. Only a few people knew that the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital had not seen blood for hundreds of years already. There had to be something fishy about the Misty Rain Pavilion protecting this person in secret. However, no matter what, Monarch Yu was a royal clan disciple. If he died in the Misty Rain Pavilion for no reason, the Misty Rain Pavilion would not be able to hide it even if they wanted to. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At that time, it would be another good show. The guests all left in secret, quickly reporting this news to the factions behind them. Inside the private room, Zhang Ping wiped the floor in fear. When he saw the bloodstains, he trembled in fear. A heaven-defying, sovereign personage died for no reason. How horrifying was that white-clad person? Fortunately, that white-clad person did not seem to mind Zhang Ping's earlier underestimation. "This young master, please come in. Our pavilion master wishes to meet you." The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons, 2 aloof, 3-veined sovereign emperors, respectfully greeted Xiao Qin. Such an attitude shocked the manservant Zhang Ping. My goodness! To think that these 2 rarely seen major characters of the Misty Rain Pavilion are so respectful to this white-clad person. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let her come and meet me. Right here." What kind of joke was this? Zhang Ping was a rank 6 envoy inspector. In some sense, he was the pavilion master's direct superior. Even if Xiao Chen did not like to use his status to suppress others, there were some rules that could not be broken, since one could subordinate summon their superiors. The Misty Rain Pavilion's 2 old men immediately exchanged glances, anger flashing on their faces. "We need to ask for instructions." The 2 old men spoke softly after exchanging glances. "Hee, there is no need to ask for instructions. How can this little girl, not come when the envoy inspector summons me. Bell-like laughter rang out from outside the door. Then, a girl wearing a red qipao walked in, revealing her long, slender legs. Her exquisite facial features looked like the most perfect carving without any flaws. The instant she entered, ancient paintings fell around the private room, forming an independent world, isolating it from the outside world. The manservant, Zhang Ping, also fell into a deep slumber without a sound. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons paled in shock. They performed cupped fist salutes and bowed. This subordinate greets the envoy inspector. We offended you earlier. Please forgive us. It's fine, Xiao Qin said indifferently. Then he took out the appointment certificate that Yi Zifeng had given him and gently sent it to the girl in the qipao. The girl in the qipao had only guessed it. When she saw the appointment certificate, she confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. This little girl is Su Yi. I welcome the envoy inspector to the Misty Rain Pavilion. I did not know the envoy inspector's identity earlier and offended you. Sorry for the poor reception. The girl in the qipao returned the appointment certificate to Xiao Qin. Then she smiled faintly and said, Before you came, I was the acting envoy inspector. It looks like I will be idle for a while. Xiao Qin said indifferently, There's no need. Just do what you were doing before. If there are any problems that you cannot resolve, you can tell me. You still have to work hard. This is Mo Qin, Master Ku Yan's disciple. He will help you deal with this. Mo Qin smiled faintly and stood up. Greetings, elder sister Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future. Master Ku Yan's disciple? A strange look flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Naturally, she knew about Master Ku Yan. He was one of the strongest blacksmiths in the current martial epoch. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's oldest core doyen. What Mo Qin cared more about was Master Ku Yan's identity. Did that mean that this white-clad youth already obtained the support of 2 core doyens? Originally, the headquarters had sent a fellow who was not even 100 years old just to go through the motions. Mo Qin thought that the headquarters had already given up on the Yanwu dynasty and only wanted to maintain the status quo. However, it looked like things were different now. These are my companions. They are all outstanding talents. Even before the age of 100, they are already sovereign emperors. If there is any trouble, you can send them out. There's no need to stand on ceremony. After introducing Mo Qin, Xiao Chen pointed to Wu Meng and the others beside him, introducing them one by one. Su Ye's expression did not change. Her smile did not diminish, but her heart turned increasingly grave. Is the headquarters really determined to stand guard in the Yanwu dynasty? Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with today's matter? Duke Yin will definitely pursue this matter. At that time, the Misty Rain Pavilion will inevitably face some pressure. Su Yi spoke for a while, giving instructions on the Misty Rain Pavilion's matters. Then, she suddenly changed the topic, trying to probe Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yi and smiled faintly. I am a sovereign emperor. First, he humiliated me. Then he tried to kill me. He died a worthy death. If you cannot even deal with such a small matter, you can't be the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, right? Su Yi wanted to use today's matter to pressure Xiao Qin, to see how he would deal with this when he just arrived in the imperial capital. Who knew? Xiao Qin was even more direct. He told her not to make irresponsible remarks about such a small matter, lest she tarnished her status. Xiao Chen's meaning was that if she could not deal with such a small matter, there was no need for her to be the pavilion master. While Xiao Chen's words looked simple, they actually contained hidden meaning. If she did not deal with it properly, others would look down on her and even use her as a scapegoat. Su Yi replied softly, naturally. Although this matter is somewhat difficult to deal with, this subordinate will definitely handle it properly. Naturally, the royal clan disciples were incredibly noble. However, it was not to the point where they could kill anyone they wanted. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was just a king of a branch family. However, Xiao Chen's attitude and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Yi somewhat wary. This white-clad youth was probably not as simple as she imagined. "If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave first," Su Yi said softly. "Wait." Su Yi looked up at Xiao Qin and asked in confusion. Xiao Qin fell into deep thought. "Your name is Su Yi, right? I recall that there is a noble clan of swordsmen in the Yanwu dynasty. The current clan head, Su Hanshan, is known as the strongest expert of the sword Dao, known as Sword God." When Su Yi heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked sullenly, "What's wrong?" "Envoy Inspector, are you trying to investigate me? Didn't Lord Yi Zifeng tell you that some things cannot be investigated?" It was just that he sensed a powerful sword intent hidden within this lady's body, so he casually asked her a question. Who would have thought that he would touch the other party's bottom line? Xiao Chun was unperturbed and said coolly, "It's fine, you can withdraw. Remember to have the people in charge of the top 10 chambers of commerce come and see me tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll see him alone." I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing to be too hasty. The inspector has just arrived at the imperial capital, so there are many sights to see. For example, the flaming river outside the city. It's magnificent and magnificent. You can take a good look at it. Su Ye's tone was calm as she spoke unhurriedly. This woman wanted Xiao Qin to see the flaming river to warn him to see how deep the waters of the imperial capital were, and not to get involved. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "When I have time, I will go and take a look. If I accidentally fall into the river, I hope Pavilion Master Su will pull me up." When Su Yi heard that, her expression warmed up somewhat. She smiled and said, "My lord, you jest. Goodbye." Chapter 22-24. After watching Su Yi leave, Imochen smiled gently and asked, "Big brother Xiao, are you tired of talking in riddles?" Xiao Qin said softly, "I'm not used to speaking like this, but sometimes I don't have a choice." It was just a casual sentence, but there was a hidden meaning in it. It was a little stupid. Not only would they misunderstand the other party's intentions, they might even fall into the other party's trap and become the scapegoat. Xiao Chen was naturally not used to it, but as he said, it was unavoidable. It was the first time they had met, and they did not trust each other. Even if you told the truth, the other person might not believe you. You might even send the wrong message. Perhaps a casual remark would attract the hostility of the other party. For example, Xiao Chen had unintentionally sensed the horrifying sword intent contained in the other party's body. Thus, he had casually asked about the swordsman clan. Although Su Ye's expression did not change, her tone clearly became much harsher. She even secretly warned Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Xiao Chen made up for it in the end. When he asked her to pull him up after he fell into the water, it meant that he had no enmity toward Su Yi. Only then did Su Ye's expression soften slightly. Speaking of which, if Xiao Chun recalled correctly, Fiendish Saber Shimu came from the divine Sword Su clan. The godly swordsman clans had deep foundations and were overseen by the god of swords. The Su clan was like the sun in the sky in the Yanwu dynasty. The establishment of the dynasty included a portion of the Su clan's strength. As long as the dynasty did not fall, the Su clan would never weaken. Such a noble clan might not be a match for the Heavenly Alliance in the Great Thousand Realms. However, all the super factions in the Yanwu dynasty had to fear them. Now, Xiao Qin somewhat understood why this pleasure quarter was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. It was because its pavilion master was Su Yi. Nangong Feng, go check out the 10 great merchant associations first. I want to know the true strength of these 10 great merchant associations. Getting a sovereign emperor to do this was making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, it could also ensure that nothing would go wrong and that the information was authentic. All right. Since Nangong Feng and the others were already here, they would definitely listen to Xiao Chen's instructions. so they had long since prepared themselves. Wu Meng, stay behind. Is there anything else you want me to do? Xiaoqin nodded and said, If you follow Su Yi, how confident are you of not being discovered? Wu Meng pondered before replying Xiaoqian's words. The sword intent in her body is very sensitive. I estimate that she will be able to sense the slightest movement within 1,000 meters of her. I am not confident of hiding my saber intent when I'm within 1 kilometer. Here, I'll lend this to you for a night. Xiaoqin took out the death god mask and handed it to Wu Meng. After Wu Yi, Qin Chen said, Chen. If Xiaoqin had not seen the other party with his own eyes, he would not have sensed the other party's existence. The death god mask secret technique, which isolated all auras, was also effective against sovereign emperors. He yi chen chen yi. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. The person she's meeting tonight, what she's going to say, is very important to me. Chun Chen, Chen, Moe, Chin and Chin, Chin Suti. You, Yi Mou. Not far away, there was a detached courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. The imperial capital, Yen City, was destined to not be peaceful tonight. Someone killed Duke Yen's son in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was a false accusation. News of this spread throughout the imperial capital in half a day. All the high-ranking factions received the news. Then, they quickly learned that the youth was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin. Everyone dug out everything about Xiaoqin in the faux god world. Even his past in the Divine Dragon Empire was sorted out. However, few factions knew that Xiaoqin was the Heavenly Alliance's rank 6 envoy inspector in the Yanwu dynasty. Only some factions with extremely vast accumulations could obtain this crucial information. This was the Heavenly Alliance's secret. Even within the Heavenly Alliance, only a few members of the upper echelon knew. It would be extremely difficult to find out in a short time. Of Yen Province's 100 counties, one was called Flaming Cloud County, Duke Yen's conferred land. By the time Senior Feng arrived at Duke Yen's residence, the sky had already turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, appearing as heavy as his heart. What, Ling died? When Duke Yin heard the news, he was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Everyone in the Yanwu dynasty would give the royal clan disciple some face. Even Wang Ling, who was blind and offended someone he could not afford to offend. The other party shouldn't have killed him. Young Master really died. He died in the Misty Rain Tower. Elder Feng could imagine Duke Yun's rage. However, he still recounted the Misty Rain Pavilion's matter in detail. Bang! The Cloud Prince was enraged. Killing intent surged from his body as he slammed his palm down, shattering the thick wooden table. Everyone in the huge Duke's residence could feel Duke Yun's rage and murderous intent, trembling in fear. Pass down my order. Gather the gods will army. I'm going to wash the Misty Rain Pavilion with blood. Duke Yen's eyes were about to spit fire. Until now, he still could not believe that Wang Ling was dead. The son that Monarch Yu favored the most had long since become Monarch Yu, preparing to inherit the position of a duke. His son had also worked hard for him. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, he had become the leader of the 7 true inheritors. He had even become the disciple of Imperial Emperor Daoyan. Wang Ling had become a heaven-defying sovereign personage before the age of 50. He would definitely become a sovereign emperor within 100 years. However, such a son, the son that Monarch Yu looked forward to and doted on the most, actually got killed in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Pavilion even wanted him to apologize. This was unbearable. Duke, you can't do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. Startled, Elder Feng quickly tried to dissuade Duke Yin. His complexion even paled somewhat. Why are father and son the same? When they get angry, they go crazy. If that monarch you had listened to me earlier, he would have left. If Xiao Chun could not remember him, How could he have died a miserable death? Your Highness, we cannot do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. The two deputies at the side tried to dissuade Duke Yin at the same time. Duke Yin showed a sullen expression, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "Activate the emergency transportation formation. I want to meet the 8th Prince." Yes. Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, everything else was fine. Originally, the emergency transportation formation could only be activated when the 8th Prince's life was in danger. However, Duke Yin could not care so much today. A light flashed in the transportation formation. Duke Yan's group appeared majestically in the imperial residence of the 8th Prince in Yen City, radiating killing qi. "Duke Yin, the 8th Prince has been waiting for a long time already. I'll bring you to meet him." Someone had been waiting outside the transportation formation of the imperial residence. When they saw Duke Yan's somewhat strange expression, they were not surprised. 8th Prince, about today's matter. When Duke Yin saw the 8th Prince, he immediately spoke up, wanting the 8th Prince to seek justice for him. The 8th Prince, Wang Feng, had dashing eyebrows and starry eyes, giving off a heroic air. However, he was young and mature. His eyes were like deep pools, unfathomable. "Royal uncle, there's no need to say anything. I already know about this matter. Before you came, the imperial ancestral temple's sect elders already punished me. Monarch, you spoke rudely in the Misty Rain Pavilion, challenging the sovereign emperor, even killing someone. He died a worthy death. His actions humiliated the royal court. Because of you, I was implicated as well and was grounded for 7 days. As for your punishment, I already asked the sect elders to be merciful and exempt you from it." "What?" When Duke Yin heard what the 8th Prince said after interrupting him, he was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. This was not the result he wanted. Even if he could not touch the Misty Rain Pavilion, he would kill that Xiaoqin. The 8th Prince said calmly, "The elders' punishments have always been fair. Your son spoke arrogantly in front of thousands of people and even dared to try to kill a sovereign emperor. This was irrefutable evidence. I couldn't overturn it even if I wanted to. The disciples of the imperial family could not be arrogant, or kill at will. These were the teachings of the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs. Your son committed all of them. I can't do anything about it." The Yenwu dynasty had always prospered, aside from the martial epic's luck. There was also the imperial ancestral temple's patriarch. He abided by the ancestral teachings and was very strict with the imperial family's disciples. No matter what you do in secret, as long as there is no evidence, everything is negotiable. But once you violated the ancestral teachings, no matter what, even if you were a prince, you would still have to be punished. King Yin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was pale and his breathing hastened. After a long time, he finally said with red eyes, "All right, I admit to all of this. It is my son's fault for implicating your highness in the punishment. However, I have been at your highness's side for so many years. My most valued son died. He grew up with you, but you did not say anything." King Yan's meaning was clear. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarch did not care. It was fine to apologize openly, but it should be fine to kill someone in secret. Even if that Xiaoqin was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, as long as the 8th Prince was willing, there were 10,000 ways to kill him in the imperial capital. As long as Xiaoqin was not discovered, everything was fine. King Yin knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily, causing blood to leak out. "8th Prince, please take revenge for my son." The 8th Prince, Wang Feng, closed his eyes and said, "If it were someone else, even if he were a 4-vein sovereign emperor or a 5-vein sovereign emperor, I would take revenge for you at all costs. This concerns my reputation, so I cannot ignore it. However, imperial uncle, you cannot touch this person." "What?" King Yin, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at the 8th Prince, feeling stupefied. He could not do it openly or secretly. Was he going to keep suppressing his anger? The eighth prince said sullenly, "You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. You cannot touch Xiaoqin either. Even if you want to, you should consider it at length and wait for me to ascend to the ceremony before doing so." King Yen's face immediately turned ashen. The eighth prince's words meant that he did not care. Not only that, but the eighth prince even told him not to make a move. King Yin held his breath. After a long time he stood up and said, "This old man understands. This old man has disturbed the eighth prince. I will withdraw now. However, this old man wants to hear the reason." "Why?" King Yin nearly spat out the word, "Why?" with blood flowing out of his mouth. King Yin could not accept this. His son died, but he could not do anything and had to obediently hold it in. Originally, King Yin wanted to seek justice from the eighth prince. However, he ended up crashing into a wall. "Because he has the sky above him," the eighth prince said somewhat tiredly. Then he waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw. This matter ends here. I'll say it again. You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. All the more, you cannot touch Xiaoqin." After King Yin withdrew, the old man beside the eighth prince said, "This King Yin will probably not accept this. Something unexpected might happen." The eighth prince retorted coldly, "Let him be. Let's see which prince in the imperial capital dares to offend the heavenly alliance for him. What an undeserved calamity. How did he give birth to such a stupid son?" "Pa!" The eighth prince closed the book in his hand and tossed it to the ground, showing how frustrated he was. The wind blew, and the lamp on the table swayed. Tonight, in the imperial capital, Yen City, clearly, just like this flickering lamp, it would not easily calm down. Chapter 22-25. When Duke Yin left the prince's residence, his expression turned extremely sullen. The vice-general and senior Feng did not dare to say anything. After a while, the vice-general said softly, "How can it be like this? Logically speaking, the eighth prince should not fear the Misty Rain Pavilion too much." Duke Yin retorted coldly, "Isn't the reason simple? The succession race is about to begin. The various princes are getting restless. Naturally, the eighth prince does not want to cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The succession race. If there were no special circumstances, the emperor had to abdicate for 100 years. Then the most outstanding prince would be chosen from the princes to inherit the throne. The Yenwu dynasty's emperor could only hold the throne for 100 years. This was to provide fresh blood to the dynasty, maintain its vitality, and prevent it from becoming rigid. No matter how ancient a dynasty was, once it became rigid, its luck would decline, and the nation's luck would fall. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of such examples. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain on the throne for long. No matter how brilliant or valiant one was, the dynasty system would inevitably become rigid after a long time. This was something unavoidable. The dynasty had to change every 100 years, maintaining its vitality at all times. This filled the entire dynasty with competitiveness, not daring to slack off. Now, the Yenwu dynasty's Yen emperor had been on the throne for 80 years. It was time to choose the crown prince. The various princes competed in secret, all for the sake of coming out on top in the succession race and ascending to the throne. This was why the eighth prince, Wang Feng, felt so frustrated. At this crucial moment, Monarch, you stirred up trouble for him. How could he not feel frustrated? It would have been fine if it were in the past. Now, how could Wang Feng stand up for him? After Duke Yin came out, he calmly thought about it and guessed the crux of the matter. "Duke, are we just going to let Monarch use grudge go? If the eighth prince does not agree, we can go and seek help from the other princes," the vice-general at the side suggested. Duke Yin had been in the empire for many years. As a chess piece in the fight for the crown prince, he was still very attractive to the other princes. "That's right," Duke Yin said indifferently, No prince would offend a Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector at this time and place. However, I will definitely take revenge for Ling Er. Even if I have to use my glory to do so, I will not refuse. Let's go to the Divine Sword Pavilion. The Divine Sword Pavilion was a rank 7 sect of the Yenwu dynasty, possessing deep accumulations. However, although it wasn't called the God Sword Pavilion, it didn't have much to do with the God Sword family. One was an aristocratic family, and the other was a sect. Because of the competition for the way of the sword, there was even some friction between them. As Duke Yin rushed to the Divine Sword Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master also received news of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen's appearance. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion was the top pleasure quarter in the imperial capital Yen City. They would know that this Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not as simple as a pleasure quarter. Its accumulations were much deeper than expected. Pavilion Master, we have already confirmed that Xiao Qin is the new envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. In the pavilion, a black-clothed man presented the latest intelligence to a mysterious woman behind a curtain of black hair. Xiao Qin, if I recall correctly, the fairy basket that the astral-plucking bandit Jiang he stole back then is in his hands, right? The mysterious woman sighed. Yes, we have made several deductions. The missing fairy basket is definitely not with Jiang He. There is only one possibility. After he stole the fairy basket, he casually gave it to Xiao Qin. Good. It would be fine if he were somewhere else. However, since he is in the imperial capital Yen City, we have to make him hand over the fairy basket. As the mysterious woman spoke softly, she exuded a tyrannical air that clearly did not belong to a woman in a pleasure quarter. Understood. At the same time, at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, a Buddhist sect holy land outside the imperial capital, the Hidden Spirit Temple, a place invisible to the naked eye, a handsome-looking monk looked at the note in his hand and revealed a smile. Unexpectedly, you came to the Yenwu dynasty. It looks like I have to make some time to go down the mountain. This monk was none other than Yuan Zhen, who had interacted with Xiao Qin a few times in the faux god world. The night had not ended and dawn approached. In a small courtyard beside the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bao'er were still awake. The two were organizing the information that Su Yi sent someone to hand over. Previously, Su Yi had been the acting envoy inspector. Now that Xiao Chen was here, they naturally had to slowly familiarize themselves with the information. However, Bao'er and Mo Chen were the ones organizing the information. Xiao Qin did not pay much attention to it. After lighting an incense burner and consuming a soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, condensing his soul energy. Everyone had their own specialties. Sorting out the messy information was not Xiao Chen's forte. If Bao'er and Mo Chen did it, they would get twice the result with half the effort. If Xiao Qin did it, he would end up making things more complicated. The deity image materialized by the soul-accumulating pill in Xiao Chen's soul pool slowly faded away. There were 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal. With the soul-accumulating pill's refinement, the first divine vein ring was completely cleansed. Compared to the other 2 divine vein rings, the 3rd divine vein ring was resplendent and filled with a divine nature. Xiao Qin opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He had already finished refining the first divine vein ring. Only 2 remained. After he finished refining them, the soul energy that he inherited from the divine flame would truly belong to him, becoming his accumulations. Big brother Xiao, Bao'er, and I discovered something interesting, Mo Chen said softly as she put down the scroll in her hand. Seeing Xiao Qin open his eyes, Mo Chen put down the scroll in her hand and said softly, Big brother Xiao, Bao'er, and I discovered something interesting. Mo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked out of curiosity, Oh, let's hear it. We discovered that, aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the other pleasure quarters in Yen City belong to the same organization. The other pleasure quarters are actually all part of the same organization. This organization is even older than the Heavenly Alliance. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. He asked seriously, "What organization is it?" "The Pleasure Quarter Alliance," Mo Chen said calmly. "There are more than 1,000 pleasure quarters in the imperial capital, all belonging to this organization. Only the Misty Rain Pavilion is not. In the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the one with the best business and the highest status is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Compared to the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion not only has deeper accumulations, but its layout is also much better." Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiaoqin thought to himself, what a familiar name. That's right. I once went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Jiang, he had stolen the fairy basket from there. It seemed to be their holy relic. The background of this Pleasure Quarter Alliance is extremely mysterious. Even now, no one knows about it. In the Yanwu dynasty, it firmly suppresses the Heavenly Alliance. More importantly, this organization has a wide network. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it, Mo Chen said in a somewhat reserved manner after a pause. More importantly, this organization has a lot of connections. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it. As for what kind of unclear connections they had, Xiaoqin naturally understood. The heads of the pleasure quarters all had their own charms. It was not difficult for them to bewitch others. How many men could resist their charms? If they ran into a threat, they would not waste their efforts. There would be many benefactors coming to their aid. Xiaoqin muttered, "Pleasure quarters and assassins are ancient occupations that naturally existed since the epoch. With the existence of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Misty Rain Pavilion has been able to thrive, prospering and surviving until now. She is not simple. Su Yi, this woman is somewhat terrifying." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures tore through the air. It was Nangong Feng and the others who had returned. They had inquired about the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 merchant associations and came to report. Over the course of the night, the group thoroughly investigated how many experts the 10 great merchant associations had and how strong they were. Xiaoqin listened carefully. Soon he understood what was going on, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Xiaoqin, these 10 merchant associations have deep connections with the local noble clans. I can even sense the royal bloodline aura of some of the sovereign emperor experts overseeing them. This is extremely strange, Nangong Feng said with a somewhat grave expression. Mo Yu said indifferently, "No wonder the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand in the Yanwu dynasty. Its profits are strangely low. These people are all traders, colluding with outsiders to split the profits. How can the Heavenly Alliance expand?" Xiaoqin said calmly, "It is more or less as I guessed. The previous 3 envoy inspectors were probably involved. They hindered the interests of some people and died mysteriously. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters controlled the best alchemists, blacksmiths, and blacksmiths in the world. The quality of the medicinal pills, weapons, and secret treasures they refined went without saying. In terms of doing business, the subordinate merchant associations had the support of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. How could the other merchant associations compete with them? The current situation happened because the network of interests was too large and too deep. Even the Heavenly Alliance could not do anything about it. It was not that the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters did not know about such a situation. They had thought of forcefully taking back authority. However, the result was the strange deaths of 3 envoy inspectors, leaving the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty to maintain its current state. Hence, the envoy inspector position remained empty for so many years, with Su Yi managing it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Xiaoqin turned his head to look. The sky was already bright. Wu Meng! Wu Meng is not back yet? Xiaoqin's face sank slightly. Wu Meng, who he sent to follow Su Yi, had not returned even after dawn. Chapter 22-26. Pavilion Master Su, what about you? The might of a three-veined sovereign emperor erupted from Xiao Chen's body, shaking the surroundings. He struck out with his palm, shattering the wall. A figure screamed as he was sent flying backward. Wu Meng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at the sky, his expression changed drastically under his mask. He had a clear understanding of what he could fight for and what he had to be wary of. The middle-aged man was the president of the Golden Essence Chamber of Commerce. His name was Jin Bao, and his expression was cold and indifferent. For some reason, Su Yi did not mention that Xiao Qin had Ku Yan's disciple following him. I'm not going either. This yellow-haired brat killed people the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to give us a show of strength. He wanted to tell us that he had a strong backing and wanted to forcefully take over the power. With just Yi Zifeng protecting him. Do you think he can fly to the sky? A total of 11 people sat on the top floor of the main building. Aside from Su Yi, the others were the leaders of the various merchant associations. If he could learn this information in advance and inform it to Xiao Qin, he would undoubtedly be able to take the initiative and advance or retreat with ease. A trace of exhaustion flashed between his brows as he said softly, I have already delivered the message. Whether you want to go or not depends on you. Before sunset, the Misty Rain Pavilion will welcome you. After talking for half the night, they had more or less said everything that needed to be said. Jin Bao sneered and said, Chairman Liu, looks like this courtyard of yours isn't as tight as you said. If it doesn't work, I'll arrange a place next time. Halfway through his words, Jin Bao suddenly struck out with his palm. That's right. Pavilion Master Su, you have always been the acting inspector. Everyone respects you. Now, just a word from you, and we will all listen to you. Their expressions changed greatly. Last night's conversation had been heard by someone. The inescapable net instantly trapped Wu Meng. The Golden Essence Merchant Association was a subordinate merchant association of the Heavenly Alliance's Yen capital, comparable to the bountiful Treasure Pavilion. The others were just as curious. Jin Bao glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, I want to announce. On the host's seat, Su Yi raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and said, The two of you go and take a look as well. But this time he had gained a lot. An old man in the room coughed and said, All right, the farce ends here. Pavilion Master Su, what do you want to announce by gathering everyone here today? Outside the building, Wu Meng, who was leaning against the wall, perked up his ears. Just as Xiao Qin expected, Su Yi only stayed in the Misty Rain Pavilion for half an hour before she left. Wu Meng thought to himself, this Su Yi is like a vixen. Based on her methods, she does not seem like a little girl at all. Dawn broke through the clouds, and the morning sun shone brightly. Woo, woo, woo. Su Ye's group of 3 entered a heavily guarded courtyard. There were king-grade guards standing guard at the entrance. The moment he landed, he hurriedly stuck to the wall. Flickering spots of light appeared in the black crystal ball. After a while, the old man said, Miss, no one is following us. A skinny old man said sinisterly. He did not seem to care about Xiao Chen's feelings at all. Look again, and I'll dig out your dog eyes. Wisps of seemingly weak soul power swept over him. Wu Meng knew that the 3 of them were checking to see if anyone was following him. Wu Meng took note of this person's appearance. This person should be a thorn that would not be easy to deal with. Wu Meng, who was hidden behind the 3, felt his heart tighten. He did not know if the Death God mask would work. Pavilion Master Su, as long as you agree, we will help you get back this face. Even a fly would find it hard to enter, much less a person. Wu Meng frowned heavily outside the courtyard. After putting on the Death God mask, Wu Meng followed Xiao Chen's instructions. After he left, he kept an eye on Su Yi in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Big brother, there is no need, right? There are no fluctuations from the formations and restrictions at all. Furthermore, Who is so blind to dare to come here? Since Elder Lu is not going, I will not go either. I have to think of a way to enter. Whoosh! There had to be sovereign emperor experts maintaining the ritual formations and restrictions in the unseen darkness. After the bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang expressed his stance. A few people immediately followed suit, saying that they would not go. The gray-clad old man guarding the pavilion's roof frowned heavily. He seemed to have sensed some subtle fluctuations earlier. All right, I'll go. All of you, come with me. Be quick and search the entire courtyard again. Wu Meng felt suspicious. At the same time, he felt eager to try. He revealed a faint smile under his mask. The 10 association chiefs gathered at the broken wall, watching Wu Meng's figure. In the next moment, footsteps rang out in the courtyard. A group of guards wearing the Heavenly Alliance's special battle armor rushed over from all directions. Su Yi raised her head and looked out the window. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. I told you to go, so go. Cut the crap. Haha, this is good. Since the new envoy inspector has arrived, I have to meet him. Wu Meng's figure flashed, and his entire body turned pitch black, merging with the night. Wu Meng found a blind spot and leaped up, silently landing in the courtyard. Huh? Wei Fatso asked with a heartless smile as he sat up again. He did not feel embarrassed or distressed over what happened earlier. Many people asked as they looked at Su Yi in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I was too careless. That Jin Bao discovered my presence after the sky turned bright. Su Yi raised her eyebrows. This old man was Lu Zhang, the association chiefs of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Merchant Association, the strongest of the 10. This courtyard was also this person's property. The hidden experts and guards were all his people. Jin Bao smiled faintly and ignored them. The remaining people did not say anything. Some looked at Su Yi, and some looked at the silent middle-aged man. The other old man controlling the bronze mirror put away the secret treasure and said, "No one is following us." Wearing the death god mask, Wu Meng moved stealthily in the crowd, looking like he merged with the darkness. Boom! The streets of the imperial capital Yen City were still filled with flowers at night. There were not many women dressed like Su Yi, but they were not special, either. They did not stand out in the crowd. Indeed, Su Yi came to meet these people. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 big sects within the top 10 chambers of commerce. Su Yi glared at them, and a short sword landed between Fatso's legs. The sword pierced through Wu Meng's pants and stabbed into the chair, trembling slightly. Whoosh! 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 Wu Meng thought to himself. Clearly, Su Yi was meeting with an important guest. They might be discussing how to deal with Xiao Qin. Wu Meng sat cross-legged and looked around. He now had a clear understanding of the attitude and bottom line of the 10 merchant association's association chiefs. This information would be extremely useful to Xiao Qin. It's nothing. I believe everyone already knows that our new envoy inspector is here. He even killed Duke Yan's son in my Misty Rain Pavilion. Let's not talk about this matter. He told me to pass on a message to everyone. You all have to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to meet him before sunset. The 2 used the secret treasures in their hands to check again. Just as everyone said their goodbyes and prepared to leave, a brilliant light flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. Then he suddenly said, "Wait." As Jin Bao breathed, he felt strands of soul energy sweep through his body. Fortunately, the death god mask worked again. The sovereign emperors in the courtyard did not discover him. Such a reply was equivalent to spouting nonsense. The imperial capital Yen City. However, the Misty Rain twin demons still did not feel assured. They each took out a secret treasure, a bronze mirror and a black crystal ball. This person was the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's association leader, Wei Dexin, a famous pervert. Every time Su Yi saw him, he would teach Wei Dexin a lesson. "Pavilion Master Su, aren't you being too careful?" Fatso fell to the ground in fright, eliciting loud laughter. The others were already used to this, and were not surprised. Su Yi nodded slightly and left. He really doesn't know his limits. I think he has forgotten how the previous 3 envoy inspectors died. Jinbao said in a deep voice, I have something very important to tell everyone. The sky was already bright, but Xiaoqin still had not left. The death god mask had a very different effect during the day and night. Why is he so cautious? Where is he going? Pusi. Cough, cough, cough. The misty rain twin demons returned to Su Ye's side and said softly, It's fine. What happened? Su Yi did not move even after a long time. As she observed, black carriages occasionally stopped and people entered them. A cold look flashed on Su Ye's face as she entered deep thought. I'll go all out. Only that fatso could not understand. He smiled happily, not knowing what Jinbao was up to. Su Yi found this strange, not knowing what Jinbao wanted to say. The one who spoke was a plump, well-endowed fatso with a wide smile on his face. His expression did not show any emotional fluctuations, appearing calm and gloomy. He gave the impression of an unfathomable martial Dao expert rather than the association president of a merchant association. The Misty Rain twin demons immediately left to carry out the order. What's the matter? Fatso asked with a smile. His beady eyes brazenly sized up Su Ye's voluptuous figure. Hundreds of sovereign personages patrolled the courtyard. There were even 3 vain sovereign emperors guarding the roof. Wu Meng wore a veil and a thick white fur coat. She hid her cultivation, appearing very cautious. The Misty Rain twin demons and 3 vain sovereign emperor old men followed closely behind, protecting her in secret. The sovereign emperor experts in the courtyard opened their eyes at the same time, locking their gazes on Wu Meng. When Jinbao saw Su Yi looking at him, he said indifferently, Whether I meet or not is a completely different matter. I need to go back and discuss this with the others before making a decision. If we go and the inspector asks us to hand over the debt, it won't be easy to deal with him. If we don't go, we'll offend the inspector. At that time, it's hard to say if we'll have our resources cut. Hua. He secretly transmitted his voice. Third brother, bring some people to patrol the courtyard. Don't let anything happen tonight. Humph. If you want to see him, you can go. I won't go unless he comes to pick me up personally. I heard that this inspector isn't even 100 years old. He's just a yellow-haired kid. If he wants me to give him face, he'll have to see his sincerity first. Dong 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 dong. In the main building of the courtyard, someone pushed open the window and looked outside. In the end, he purposely lured him into a trap, and due to his carelessness, he was severely injured by the other party. However, the formations and restrictions were all activated. The bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang's expression immediately turned unsightly. He said, seriously, capture him. I want him alive. I want to see who is so bold as to behave atrociously in this old man's territory. Perhaps Su Yi was taking a detour on purpose, or Yen City was truly very large. But they walked for 4 hours. They might gain a great harvest on this trip. This disappointed several people. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilions Association leader, Lu Zhang, snorted coldly in disdain. Naturally, Lu Zhang would not personally check. No one knew if this was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Meng, who was already hiding outside, felt his heart tighten. It was more or less what he guessed. Su Yi honestly told him what Xiaoqin wanted to say. It's fine. It's probably just a routine check by the guards. The association leaders of our 10 merchant associations are gathered here. We have to be more cautious. Otherwise, we will become a laughing stock if we get wiped out. Wu Meng's opinion could influence the opinions of a group of people. Several people were waiting for him to speak. The sky and the earth were impenetrable. Su Yi laughed softly, her laughter as pleasant as a wind chime. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters appointed the envoy inspector. This little girl has always been barely able to hold the position. Now that a new envoy inspector is here, I will definitely have to hand over my position. Everyone, you have overestimated this little girl. Su Yi had many connections in the imperial capital Yen City. She had the backing of a noble clan and deep accumulations. Everyone had tested each other for a long time. Whether to go or not, most of them had already made up their minds. He killed people in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Clearly, he does not care about Pavilion Master Su. Chapter 22-27. The formation was activated and the restriction was agitated. Logically speaking, an injured one-vein sovereign emperor should have no chance of escaping. In fact, Shao Qin did not even need a sovereign emperor to make a move. Given his current state, it would be difficult for him to charge out. On the roof, the three-veined sovereign emperor, gray-clad old man, watched coldly as Wu Meng broke through the formation. There were two other two-veined sovereign emperors at Shao Chen's side, ready to attack at any moment. Under the suppression of the formation, I can only bring out 50% of my saber skills. Under the mask, Wu Meng paled as he felt the invisible pressure of the world. Shao Chen could not bring out the full might of his divine seal and Dao domain. They were firmly suppressed around him, preventing him from moving. If he could activate the alloy battle armor, he would feel much better. However, that would expose his identity, which was not what he wanted. So. More than 100 elite guards soared into the sky. They relied on the array formation and restrictions to entangle Wu Meng, intending to capture him, courting death. Wu Meng snorted coldly. Although he was injured, his dignity prevented him from accepting defeat at the hands of these small fries. Killing turned into a demon, madness enraged. Bang! Wu Meng raged in his heart. Without any fear, he unleashed his massacre Dao domain. A saber light flashed, and the bright sky darkened. When the saber light disappeared, the sky turned bright. 10 cries of agony were heard at the same time. 10 figures died at the same time. Their bodies were split in half, and their souls were destroyed. Wu Meng seemed to have gone mad. He raised his saber and swung it down. As the sky darkened, he killed these elite guards, scattering them. Not only did he take a life with each slash, he killed 10 people in a fit of rage. So powerful! The various Chamber of Commerce's association chiefs, watching from the main building, sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even after Jin Bao had severely injured him. Jin Bao was a three-veined sovereign emperor, someone who had been famous for a long time. Furthermore, he was still able to display such strength. If he wasn't heavily injured, how terrifying would his strength be? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a grave and stern expression as he cursed. Bunch of good-for-nothings! Dead or alive, we must take him down today. Seeing Wu Meng make a move, Lu Zhang immediately felt humiliated. His plan to capture Wu Meng alive might fail. Second bro, third bro, you two go. Make it quick and don't let Mr. Lu lose face again. The gray-robed old man said lightly. The two people beside him laughed sinisterly. All right, my hands have been itching for a long time. Boom! The two of them leaped into the air. Immediately, wind and clouds gathered. He felt as if the sky was about to fall on his back. Cracks appeared in Shao Chen's Dao domain. In a rush, he turned around and chopped. Dang! When the two sabers clashed with Wu Meng's sabers, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Hee, you also play with sabers? Then we brothers will play with you. We'll show you what real saber skills are. The two brothers attacked at the same time. Saber lights flashed and their figures changed. The sound of sabers clashing rang out endlessly. A vast saber intent soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky above the courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Wu Meng gritted his teeth as he fought 1 against 2. In just a moment, there were hundreds of saber scars on his body and blood dyed his robes red. However, the two brothers did not have it easy either, and there were also many saber scars on their bodies. Wu Meng was one example. If you hack at me, I will hack at you. Even if Wu Meng had to suffer another saber strike because of this, he did not fear it. This was where Wu Meng's nickname of Saber Demon came from. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated matched his nature. As Wu Meng's injuries worsened, he became even crazier, attacking even more ruthlessly. To think that the bountiful treasure pavilion's Thunderbolt twin sabers can't suppress this person. After knocking Wu Meng away, the Thunderbolt twin sabers firmly suppressed him. This forced Wu Meng back to the ground, trapping him in the middle, unable to advance. However, after a while, when Wu Meng was bathed in blood, his aura of massacre multiplied. The howling saber hum was like a powerful killing god laughing maniacally. The berserk aura counterattacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Saber winds laughed maniacally like ghosts in the courtyard. A strong wind blew, and laughter rang out endlessly. It was unknown whether it was the saber laughing or Wu Meng laughing. However, that laughter made one's scalp go numb. To think that Wu Meng alone suppressed the Thunderbolt twin sabers with his aura alone. Playing with sabers with me? In that case, let's see whose saber is more ruthless. Wu Meng laughed maniacally under the mask. He did not care how severe his injuries were. His grave eyes only focused on the Thunderbolt twin sabers. With the demonic saber in hand, I sing to my heart's content, only killing. The expressions of the association chiefs in the main pavilion slowly changed. The sovereign emperor experts behind them had already moved to stand in front of the association chiefs without them realizing it. The association chiefs already placed their hands on their weapons, fearing that Wu Meng would erupt and take them down with him. He really is a madman. Could this fellow be someone of the demonic Tao? The association chiefs said in a trembling voice when they saw Wu Meng's crazed saber aura. No matter who he is, he will die today. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang said through clenched teeth, showing an extremely cold expression. A brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the peak, three-veined sovereign emperor, gray-clad old man on the roof. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and everyone's ears buzzed. They felt dizzy and their souls trembled. When looking around, afterimages layered over each other. The world shook and their bodies trembled, unable to stand stably. Pu Xi! Wu Meng's surging aura paused, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the Thunderbolt twin sabers' eyes flashed with a cold and merciless light. The two sabers stabbed into Wu Meng's chest at the same time. The instant the sabers pierced Wu Meng's chest, the two reacted as if they had a telepathic connection, retreating frantically. However, it was too late. Wu Meng roared, sounding like the roar of an ancient hero from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. That roar pierced through the layered layers of hell, erupting with an unprecedented aura and scattering the gray-clad old man's soul energy attack. Wu Meng used the last of his remaining strength to roar and chop. The two afterimages shattered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the chests of the Thunderbolt twin sabers, who were retreating. If not for the armor protecting their chests, this saber strike would have chopped the two in half. Even so, the Thunderbolt twin sabers still felt frightened, trembling in fear. Their hands, which held their sabers, continued to tremble. It's over. Everyone could tell that Wu Meng had done his best after that final saber strike. While Wu Meng was not at the end of his rope, he was not far from it. Initially, he had been fighting with his life on the line. That final saber strike, which was unprecedented since ancient times, drained all his divine energy and soul energy. Die! The gray-clad old man, who had been standing on the roof and watching coldly, roared only at the crucial moment, soared into the air. He soared into the sky and arrived before Wu Meng in a flash. Despair flashed in Wu Meng's heart. However, that face under the mask smiled. Wu Meng had used his full power in this final battle, feeling carefree and carefree. He had not lived in vain. As an outstanding talent challenging the martial Tao, if he did not have the resolve to die, the Saber Demon and Wind Demon would not have reached their current heights. However, just as the gray-clad old man was about to attack, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The gray-clad old man placed his hand on Wu Meng's head, not daring to strike and shatter Wu Meng's skull. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed old man had charged over at lightning speed. Why did the gray-clad old man suddenly stop? The gray-clad old man charged over at lightning speed and saw a white-clad person with a cold expression on the wall. At some point, this person had appeared and coldly eyed the gray-clad old man. With just one glance, the gray-clad old man felt unbearable pain as if thousands of sabers were stabbing him. The gray-clad old man's finger twitched, wanting to kill Wu Meng in one go. Do you believe that you will die if you move again? However, just as the gray-clad old man revealed some clues, an icy voice rang out in his ears. The gray-clad old man looked in the direction of the voice. The instant their eyes met, the pressure from Xiao Chen's King True Dragon bloodline surged over, carrying the soul energy of the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. Bang! 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 An invisible aura shattered layer by layer. The gray-clad old man felt a pressure from the depths of his soul, so heavy that he could not breathe. Thud! 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 The gray-clad old man had no choice but to take 3 steps back. Whoosh! However, before the gray-clad old man could take his 3rd step, a purple light flashed, and that white figure landed before him. Even though the gray-clad old man had been prepared, he had not expected this person to throw a palm strike after landing. Reckless fool! The gray-clad old man raged. Just a mere one vein sovereign emperor. There was no end to this. The aura of a 3-vein sovereign emperor erupted as the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the gray-clad old man first used his soul energy, wanting to intimidate Xiao Qin. However, the gray-clad old man suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's soul energy was no weaker than his. In fact, it was even stronger. The gray-clad old man immediately panicked and quickly brought out his 3-vein sovereign emperor divine energy. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven for a sovereign emperor. The gray-clad old man did not believe that his divine energy could not knock back the other party. Suddenly, a blue dragon image appeared behind Xiao Qin. Closely following that, many dragon images circled around him. When the 10,000 dragons picture formed, blood leaked out of the gray-clad old man's mouth as he got knocked back by Xiao Chen's palm strike. 10,000 dragons art. It's the 10,000 dragons art. The gray-clad old man was very knowledgeable. This was a sovereign emperor cultivation technique that had been lost to the dragon race for countless epochs. This cultivation technique was many levels higher than the one he cultivated. Don't you dare touch my big brother! When the Thunderbolt twin sabers saw that their big brother was injured, they ignored the saber wounds on their chests and charged at Xiao Qin at the same time, wanting to help the gray-clad old man. No. Panic flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes as he shouted, wanting to stop all this. 3 life flower. Xiao Chun placed 1 hand on his chest and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, saber lights spread out from his body, looking like petals blooming. It was hard to tell whether it was the beauty of the flower or the resplendent saber light. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 worlds. The Thunderbolt dual sabers were like moths darting into a flame, right in front of the 3 life flower. Thousands of saber lights pierced through them, killing them miserably on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. No, before the gray-robed old man's voice faded away, his 2 brothers, who had been through life and death with him, had already died. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 10 association chiefs in the main pavilion were all stunned. Chapter 22-28. Second brother, third brother. The gray-robed elder howled in pain and knelt on the ground. What could be more sorrowful than seeing one's brother die in front of one's eyes? Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wu Meng. 2 sabers were stuck in Wu Meng's chest. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his breath and was unable to speak. Xiao Chen reached out and took off Wu Meng's mask. Blood flowed out of Wu Meng's 7 apertures, a ghastly sight. His eyes were wide open and blood flowed out. The corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears had yet to dry, and his face looked sinister and terrifying. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Wu Meng's arm and checked his injuries. After a while, he entered deep thought. The 2 sabers on Wu Meng's chest were not fatal. The truly fatal thing was that Wu Meng had exhausted all his qi and blood in battle, and his soul energy had dried up. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging by a thread. Xiao Chen was a step too late. There was no need for the gray-robed old man to do anything. Wu Meng would die without a doubt. He would not be killed by others, but killed in battle. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiao Chen knew at a glance that he could have avoided it. As long as he activated the alloy battle armor with his strength, he should be able to rush out. However, he didn't want to expose his identity, so he chose to fight to the death. So. A few more figures landed in the courtyard. They were Nangong Feng and the others, who had rushed over. Seeing that Wu Meng had not returned by daybreak, Xiao Chen decisively chose to look for Wu Meng. The others were a few steps behind him, only arriving now. Brother Wu. Seeing Wu Meng's appearance, Nangong Feng and the others immediately revealed pained expressions. Only Mo Chen calmly checked on Wu Meng's injuries. I've already sealed his divine seal to ensure that his soul doesn't scatter. He won't die, so don't be too sad. Mo Chen, take care of him. I'll be right back. Xiao Chen said softly and turned to look at the gray-robed old man. A trace of viciousness flashed in the old man's eyes, but he was not blinded by hatred. He looked coldly at Xiao Chen and quickly retreated. What a pity. This kind of person was a scourge if left alive. Now that he had voluntarily retreated, there was no reason to continue killing him. Xiao Chen looked around and saw a hole in the wall of the main building. The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders, and Su Yi looked at him with different expressions. Whoosh! Xiao Chen spread his arms and soared into the sky, the dragon's shadow following him. He was clearly just one person, but he gave off the impression that there were 10,000 dragons patrolling, majestic and unstoppable. Thud, thud, thud! Hurried and disorderly footsteps rang out. The leaders of the 10 great merchant guilds all took several steps back. The various sovereign emperor guards silently stepped forward and blocked the way, cautiously looking at Xiao Chen. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. There were several 3-vein sovereign emperor experts in this main pavilion. However, when they stood together and faced Xiao Chen, for some reason they felt immense pressure, not daring to underestimate him. There was no need to explain the reason. The royal blue dragon bloodline, the soul energy from the demonic sovereign's divine flame, the 10,000 dragons art that had been passed down for countless epochs, and Xiao Chen's untainted and pure heart. How could this group of people face him? Even a 4-vein sovereign emperor would feel mountain-like pressure when facing Xiao Chen, who did not deliberately withdraw his aura, forcing them to be careful at all times. Barging into this old man's private residence and killing my guards. Who exactly are you? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who hid behind the guards, shouted as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen with a sullen expression. Greetings, envoy inspector. Right after Lu Zhang spoke, Su Yi bowed slightly and greeted softly. The Misty Rain Pavilion's duo Sha bowed at the same time and greeted respectfully. What? The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately felt an uproar in their hearts. All sorts of expressions appeared on their faces, looking extremely interesting. Xiao Chun had arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion only last night. More accurately, he had only arrived about 14 hours ago. Although these people knew that the new envoy inspector was very young, they did not have a portrait of him. They had always felt that the new envoy inspector was just a brat. How could he pose a threat? They did not associate him with Xiao Qin at all. When they heard Su Ye's words, they were immediately shocked. They were shocked that the person who killed the Thunderbolt twin sabers was the envoy inspector. Even more shocking was that the envoy inspector was completely different from the rumored brat. He was completely different. Greetings, envoy inspector. No matter what, now that Xiao Chun had the Heavenly Alliance's letter of appointment, he was their immediate superior. Even though they felt very unconvinced, they did not dare to show any disrespect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xiao Qin said indifferently as he walked forward. The Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately made way for him. Without saying anything, Xiao Qin sat down on the host's seat. Take a seat. There's no need to stand, Xiao Qin said calmly. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso chuckled and said, Hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. Lord Envoy Inspector is truly a dragon among men. You are extraordinarily handsome, and your skills are incredible. Xiao Chen's grace and heroic bearing convinced Fatso with just one look. However, Fatso suddenly recalled that there was an urgent matter at home. My 87th concubine is about to give birth. I will definitely go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize before sunset. Sorry about that, but I really have to go. As Fatso was about to leave, the other Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately cursed him for being shameless in their hearts. However, they followed suit, saying that they had urgent matters to attend to. Those who could not think of an excuse thickened their skin and said that their concubines were about to give birth like Fatso, and that they would go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize at night. Right now, the atmosphere was clearly not right. The envoy inspector's friend's fate was unknown, and his anger had yet to subside. The bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang lost a lot of face and felt angry. If they stayed, both sides would suffer. Furthermore, if Xiao Chun used this opportunity to make things difficult for them, they would not be prepared at all. When they returned, they would discuss it with the faction behind them before making a decision. At that time, whether they went to the Misty Rain Pavilion or not, it would be much easier. They would not be like now, caught off guard and unprepared, facing a strong envoy inspector. Xiao Qin glanced at Fatso. Bai Yunfei was the one who investigated the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's information. Wei Fatso was not lying when he said that he indeed had 87 concubines. However, your 87th concubine has only been in the family for 4 months, and she is going to give birth so early. Clearly, she is not your child. There is no need to rush back. I'll find someone to help you kill her tomorrow, ending all your troubles. There is no need to thank me. Su Yi, who was at the side, could not help giggling. After Xiao Qin finished speaking, he ignored Fatso's explanation. He said seriously, Everyone, there is no need to beat around the bush. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. Since everyone is here, let's talk about tonight's matter now. Since they ran into each other, Xiao Chun naturally would not let these people leave no matter what. It is good that everyone is not leaving. Just stay. Let's not talk about anything else first. Although you are the envoy inspector, you killed my sovereign emperor guards without permission. Even if you report this matter to Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang, you will not be able to justify yourself. This old man respects you as the Lord Envoy Inspector. However, you need to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this old man will not let this matter rest. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a cold expression as he took the initiative to make things difficult. He picked up his teacup and looked at Xiao Qin. No matter what, He is a sovereign emperor. How can he kill him rashly? Even if he is in the wrong, he is still someone from the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to be so ruthless. Lord Envoy Inspector, you should give us an explanation. Otherwise, old Lu's anger will not be appeased. The bountiful treasure pavilion's contributions to the Heavenly Alliance are the greatest in the Yenwu dynasty. No matter what, you should give us some face. After all, the bountiful treasure pavilions Lu Zhang had operated in the imperial capital for many years. His reputation and connections among the 10 great merchant associations gave him a lot of weight. The moment Lu Zhang spoke, a few association chiefs voiced their support. However, their tones were rather gentle. If Shao Qin had not shown such an overbearing attitude earlier, these words might have sounded strange and exceptionally unpleasant. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao showed a meaningful cold smile as he casually toyed with the 3 glass pearls in his hand. Jin Bao really wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Jin Bao wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Just based on his aura, one could not tell if Lu Zhang was a true dragon or a false dragon. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso seemed to be thinking about how to defend himself against the problem of whether he had planted the bountiful treasure pavilion or not, ignoring everything else. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations observed Shao Chen's expression and cheered in their hearts. As long as the bountiful treasure pavilions Lu Zhang continued to be unyielding, the bigger the commotion, the better. It would be for the best if this envoy inspector could cause a commotion and not talk about collecting authority and auditing the accounts. If Shao Qin did not deal with this properly, these neutral association chiefs would quickly join the ranks of those supporting Lu Zhang. The seemingly calm room was actually full of schemes, each harboring ulterior motives. There were undercurrents surging, boundlessly dangerous. However, Shao Qin did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Su Yi and asked, "Pavilion Master Su, what do you think?" Su Yi felt stunned when she heard that. Clearly, she had not expected Shao Qin to throw the ball at her. This move also surpassed many people's expectations. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on Su Yi. Shao Qin was forcing her to take a stand. There was no way out. Under everyone's gazes, the situation forced her into a corner. She could not avoid it. Su Ye's thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she soon figured out that she was very clear on Lu Zhang's background. However, she could not figure out Shao Chen's background. No matter what, she could not offend Shao Qin too much for now. Furthermore, when the two of them tested each other in the misty rain pavilion, Shao Qin did not show any hostility to her. Unexpectedly, his seemingly joking words, "Pull me up after falling into the river," came true so quickly. There seems to be some misunderstanding in this matter. It is still too early to conclude that the envoy inspector is wrong. After we investigate this matter, it will not be too late to seek justice for association chiefs, Su Yi said softly, unhurriedly. Although Su Ye's voice was not loud, everyone in the room heard her clearly. The association chiefs who wanted to support Lu Zhang immediately dispelled such thoughts. While Su Ye's words seemed fair, in reality, she was biased toward Shao Qin. Saying that it was too early to say that there was a misunderstanding completely dispelled Lu Zhang's intention to make trouble for Shao Qin. More importantly, Su Ye's words indicated that she had already taken a side. This was something worth pondering. Shao Qin smiled faintly and looked at the bountiful treasure pavilions Lu Zhang. He did not say anything, but his meaning was clear. Pavilion Master Su already said that it was a misunderstanding. If you continue to cause trouble, you will not be popular. Misunderstanding? Lu Zhang smiled coldly. Then he said indifferently, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It looks like there is no need for this old man to remain here. Lu Zhang stood up to leave. However, he was somewhat disappointed. No one stood up with him. Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. Then he turned around and left quickly with a sullen expression. However, just as Lu Zhang reached the door, a cold voice rang out, causing his entire body to freeze. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao dares to treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 22-29. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao will treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen's cold voice echoed in the pavilion, immediately freezing the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. With just one simple sentence, everyone could clearly sense the cold, emotionless, and indifferent killing intent from Xiao Chen's body. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little quiet. Aside from the sound of heartbeats, there was no sound of wind or words. Was Xiao Chen just bluffing, or was he really going to kill? The association chiefs of the subordinate merchant associations could not understand what was going on. They stole glances at Xiao Chen. Aside from coldness, Xiao Chen did not show any emotion, appearing unfathomable and unfathomable. Damn it! Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. His expression turned extremely sullen as he stood with his back facing Xiao Chen. No matter whether Lu Zhang advanced or retreated, it was an indisputable fact that he was at a disadvantage before Xiao Chen in their first clash. At this moment, Lu Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. He did not dare to act rashly. He was somewhat afraid that Xiao Chen would really disregard everything and kill him here. Xiao Chen was clearly just a one-vein sovereign emperor. However, the strength that he showed deterred the three-vein sovereign emperor guards from making a rash move. Lu Zhang also did not know where the gray-clad old man from earlier had gone. If that gray-clad old man were still around, Lu Zhang was confident that he could protect himself even if Xiao Chen made things difficult for him. Now, Lu Zhang really did not dare to gamble. The best outcome would be for someone to step forward and share some of the pressure for him. However, there was no one. No one in the pavilion stood up for him, making him feel even more flustered. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, I will lose all my dignity. If word gets out that I was frightened by a brat, I will not retreat. In the future, how am I going to establish myself in the cruel imperial capital? Humph! If you want to play, this old man will play with you. At worst, this old man will die together with you. This thought just appeared in Lu Zhang's mind when he suddenly felt the killing intent behind him multiply, rising rapidly. It was Xiao Chen casually moving his right hand, silently forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen's killing intent seemed to make time stop as it penetrated Lu Zhang's body. Like frost, it spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. As long as he dared to act rashly, Xiao Chen would definitely kill him without the slightest mercy. Guild leader Lu, come back first. It won't be too late to leave after hearing what the envoy inspector has to say. Su Yi frowned slightly and said softly. She did not wish to see an overly domineering Xiao Chen. The moment this was said, Lu Zhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "All right, then this old man will listen to exactly what you have to say." The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jean Bao smiled coldly in his heart. You are so scared that you nearly peed your pants, yet you are still stubbornly holding on. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His killing intent dissipated as he said softly, "Chairman Lu, please take a seat." Lu Zhang's face was dark as he slowly sat down. However, he was no longer as overbearing as before. The other chamber leaders felt somewhat rueful. Even Lu Zhang had submitted to Xiao Chen. How were they to face this new envoy inspector? Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 merchant association's leaders. Then he took out stacks of account books and stacked them up. Account books? Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you not trust us? You want to check our accounts the moment you arrive? The one who spoke was the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief. Account books were always sensitive things, especially for the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. When the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief saw the account books, all of them showed unsightly expressions. Even the Calm Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jean Bao and the Simple-Minded Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso showed somewhat grave expressions. They all looked at Xiao Qin, waiting to see how he would respond. Lord Xiao, I have checked these account books, Suyi said softly, raising her eyebrows. Suyi raised her eyebrows and said softly. The smile on her face was somewhat cold. Everyone had their own bottom line. Clearly, this account book was the bottom line of everyone present. As long as Xiao Qin dared to make a move, he would offend everyone here, forcing them into dire straits. Jean Bao twirled the 3 pearls in his hand as he said, seriously, Lord Envoy Inspector, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a person who wanted to check the accounts on a whim. The story came to an end. Xiao Qin understood. He purposely asked, and then? Jean Bao replied calmly, there is no then. That is the end of the story. Those who dared to touch this bottom line are all dead. Jean Bao was referring to the previous 3 envoy inspectors, a disguised threat to Xiao Qin. No, this is just the end of your story. My story has just begun. Do you want to listen to me? Xiao Qin asked expressionlessly as he looked at Jean Bao. Jean Bao felt stifled. He could not understand Xiao Qin's question. So he said seriously, please speak. Whoosh! Xiao Qin stood up and gently clapped his hand. Immediately, the stack of account books turned to ashes. Such a scene stunned everyone, not understanding what was going on. There are no problems with the account books. Pavilion Master Su has already seen them. How can I find any problems? These words should have made the various association chiefs happy. However, Lu Zhang and the others felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Chen paused for a while before continuing. According to the Heavenly Alliance's rules, the subordinate merchant associations have to hand over 60% of their profits to the headquarters every year. Everyone has been following this rule for the past few years. This time, I am not here to check the accounts or to make things difficult for everyone. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. From today on, the various merchant associations only have to hand over 40% of their profits to the headquarters. The moment Xiao Qin said that, the expressions of the 10 association chiefs immediately changed. Ha ha ha! The envoy inspector is really generous, reducing our burden by 20% in one go. However, the heavens can bear witness to my loyalty to the Heavenly Alliance, with the sun and the moon as my witness. How can I, this way, be a short-sighted person who covets small profits? Only when the Heavenly Alliance is strong can we gain a foothold in the imperial capital. I am still willing to hand over the profits as per the old rules. Wei Fatso stood up and patted his chest as he spoke righteously. Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to speak, Wei Dexin said, My lord, there is no need to say anything else. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to try and persuade me otherwise. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. In the past, they said they would hand over 60%. However, in reality, they were just making up the accounts. The profits that were truly handed over to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters were less than 20%. The merchant associations and the noble clans of the dynasty split the profits in secret. In some years, the profits were not even 10%. Since Xiao Chen was here, he naturally would not allow such a thing to continue. Most importantly, this concerned his own interests. When the others saw Wei Fatso, they seemed to want to follow suit. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Wei Dexin and said, I am not trying to persuade you. I am helping you. Here is a new contract. Take a look. If there is nothing wrong with it, change it to 60% and sign it. The contract was written on golden paper with bright red ink. At the end of the seal was Xiao Chen's inspector seal and his own handprint. As long as Wei Fatso signed his name and stamped the seal of his Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to obtain the seal. This contract would take effect immediately within the Heavenly Alliance and could not be changed. With the contract in his hand, Wei Fatso took a look at it and his face turned pale. While Wei Fatso was looking at the contract, Xiao Qin took out the other contracts and handed them to the others one by one. You can sign the contract at 40%. No need to change it. Reset the past and redo the accounts. This will be supervised by Pavilion Master Su and Master Ku Yun's disciple, Mo Qin. We are willing to hand over 40% of our annual profits to the headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, effective immediately. Upon seeing these words, the faces of the Chamber of Commerce leaders changed dramatically. In the past, the accounts were all fake. They claimed to be 60%, but in reality, only less than 20% of the profits were handed over. Once this contract was signed, they would have to hand over at least 20% of their profits every year. 20% was not to be underestimated. Given the prosperity of the imperial capital, Yen City, this additional 20% was an astronomical figure. Every one of the 10 great merchant associations had to hand over an additional 20%. That number was simply unimaginable. The Heaven Alliance's profits in the Yenwu dynasty in 1 year equaled 10 years, even a century. Back then, Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bao had calculated that if they did not fake the accounts, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. To these merchant associations, handing over only 40% of their profits would actually be more beneficial than detrimental. However, it was not that simple to put into practice. Every merchant association had connections with the noble clans of the dynasty or even the royal court behind them. A large portion of the profits that they embezzled went to these noble clans and the royal court. If these merchant associations signed the new contract, it would be equivalent to severing ties with these noble clans. This required great courage. The true purpose of the new contract was not to suppress these merchant associations, but to remove the noble clans that sucked blood from the Heavenly Alliance, cutting off the tumor. However, the tumor had already penetrated deep into the marrow, even merging with the body. Cutting it off would result in self-injury. However, without such determination, the Heavenly Alliance's benefits in the Yenwu dynasty would become empty shells sooner or later. Xiao Chen's envoy inspector status would become a joke, not worth mentioning. When the disease was beyond cure, one had to have the courage to face death, use the strongest medicine, and press forward. Chapter 2230. No one dared to look directly at Xiao Chen's tyrannical aura. This was not the aura that a one-veined sovereign emperor should have. Xiao Chen had not even attacked Lu Zhang, yet he attacked Jin Bao. Furthermore, Jin Bao had been caught off guard. However Jin Bao injured Wu Meng, Xiao Chen returned it to him in the same way, doubling it. The past was reset, and the accounts were redone. Lord Xiao, this is my declaration. Even the original owner, Lu Zhang, had left. Only Xiao Qin and Su Yi remained in the empty main pavilion. Without any warning, Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline erupted, and his eyes turned golden. Many thanks. Goodbye. When Su Yi heard that, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, So, you are actually kind in the depths of your heart. However, you were forced to do this. You still want to compromise. If you really want to, I can help you. Jin Bao took the New Testament and prepared to leave. Either you make a declaration and leave, or you sign the New Testament. Everyone is in the same boat. As long as I still breathe, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can choose the pros and cons, Wei Dexin said with a smile as he held the New Testament. The entire courtyard shook intensely. The royal blue dragon's might lingered. No one had ever put him in such a predicament before. Su Yi hesitated for a while before finally receiving the New Testament. She said somewhat helplessly, "I'm not free. However, it is my duty to bring you around the imperial capital." "All right, 60% it is. I'll sign it. My life is really bitter." Sob, sob, sob. As Xiao Chen coldly watched the guards carry Jin Bao away, the golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained calm, not showing much emotion. Xiao Chen remained calm, showing no fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, "Who else wants to leave? Just make a declaration like Lu Zhang and leave. There will come a day when you will beg this old man to return the declaration. Let's go." With the activation of the royal blue dragon bloodline, even a four-veined sovereign emperor might not be able to block the supreme dragon fist's strongest move. After offending Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, Xiao Chen would probably lose his job as the envoy inspector. Hold on. This old man will not sign this new contract. I would rather leave the Heavenly Alliance than sign it. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. You guys do the same. It's hard to make a choice, but you have to make a choice. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm not afraid. I'll be frank with you. I hate traitors the most in my life. While taking the Heavenly Alliance's resources, you collude with outsiders to split the profits. Don't even think about doing such a thing in the future. I haven't had the chance to stroll around the imperial capital. Pavilion Master Su, if you have the time, can you show me your hospitality? However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to offend both him and Lu Zhang at the same time. Lu Zhang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Men, bring me a brush and ink." "Lord Xiao, this is my new agreement. This old man has already decided. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. You may leave." She did not reveal herself, but she was like a venomous snake, terrifying others and not daring to offend her. Xiao Chen could hear the resentment in Su Ye's words. She had helped Xiao Chen today. The two guards landed on the ground and helped Jin Bao up. When they saw his injuries, they immediately became enraged. However, Su Yi had not expected this person to attack Jin Bao. However, there were also people who thought, since Xiao Chen dares to offend both Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, does he have a powerful backer? How ruthless! Shock flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen secretly asked her how Wu Meng got injured. "Lord Xiao, we successfully forced the 7 merchant associations to leave the Heavenly Alliance. Are you satisfied now? Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme." Jin Bao smiled faintly as praise flashed in his heart. This fellow looks like he does not leave any leeway and is overbearing. "I'll send you off. Leave the Heavenly Alliance. Lord Xiao, Fatso has decided to follow you. However, can you change this new agreement to 60%? He he. Jin Bao toyed with the 3 pearls in his hand as he met Xiao Chen's gaze with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then he asked indifferently, "Lord Xiao, are you asking this Jin to make a decision as well?" Xiao Chen said softly as he handed the 3 copies of the new agreement, including Fatso's, to the other party. However, rage and murderous intent did not overwhelm Jin Bao's final bit of rationality. He knew that if the guards beside him dared to attack Xiao Chen, they would definitely die. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he had to thank Xiao Chen for this punch. Seeing Xiao Chen injure Wu Meng, aside from being shocked, many of the association chiefs also made up their minds. Caught off guard, Jin Bao could not react at all. Xiao Chen's punch sent him flying. Bang! The first 4 words represented Xiao Chen's sincerity. He would not pursue the past of these association chiefs for falsifying accounts. The last 4 words represented Xiao Chen's ambition. He hoped to reshuffle the cards and establish his own order. The other association chiefs would have to think twice before making such a declaration. They did not have such confidence. Aside from the bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang, who had deep accumulations and strong connections, he did not fear such a declaration. Xiao Qin asked as he turned his head, not caring about it. Lu Zhang looked at Xiao Qin, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he turned and left. I will take the new agreement back and study it carefully. I will definitely give Lord Xiao a satisfactory answer in the near future. Xiao Qin said calmly. This fatso's background was somewhat unfathomable. Suyi said in a somewhat piercing tone with a smile on her face. If Xiao Qin could not even protect himself, how could he protect the people in the same boat as him? In an instant, Fatty Wei was the only one left among the 10 chambers of commerce who was still in a dilemma. Lord Xiao, this is this old man's declaration. Lord Xiao, please keep it safe for now. No matter how forceful Xiao Qin was, he should not offend both of them at the same time. Have you heard of this saying? Seeking compromise through conflict. Many people appear overbearing and overbearing, showing an attitude of wanting to destroy both good and bad together. In reality, the more this is so, the more insecure they feel. However, they want to use this to seek compromise and gain a foothold for themselves. Pu Qi. Confusion flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. He turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "Wrong. I am a bad person. I will not show mercy when I gain the upper hand. If these people take a step back, they can forget about making a comeback before me." Xiao Qin, hold it properly. Association Chiefs. Xiao Chen would only believe Xiao Qin if Xiao Chen was willing to sign the new agreement at 60%. Otherwise, he would consider it, even if Xiao Qin delivered himself to him. Xiao Chen extended his hand and gestured for Xiao Qin to leave. Then he said, "Leave a declaration that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, and you may leave. Take care. I won't send you off." After writing the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, Lu Zhang no longer stood on ceremony with Xiao Qin, directly addressing him by his name. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, immediately angering Suyi. She did not want to bother with him anymore. The remaining Lin Lang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association signed the new agreement in duplicate. Xiao Qin kept one for himself and handed the other to Xiao Qin. "Lord Xiao, can you allow this old man to return and discuss this for a while before making a decision? After all, this matter is very important and involves many people. This old man finds it hard to make a decision. As long as Xiao Qin was willing, he could add another punch to Jin Bao's death." I'm leaving. My 87th concubine is still waiting for me. I hope he is not my child." Compared to Lu Zhang, this Jin Bao was even more secretive among the 10 association chiefs. "All right, I will take good care of it. Association chiefs, Li, take care." Boom! Jin Bao crashed heavily into the restrictions on the ground. Cracks appeared in the restrictions, reinforced by the layers of formations. Xiao Qin stood up and walked over, calmly giving chase. Without overthinking, Xiao Qin told the other party about Jin Bao's sneak attack. After a while, Xiao Qin stamped the bountiful treasure pavilion seal on a piece of paper. Then he left behind a drop of essence blood containing soul energy and delivered it to Xiao Qin. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Association chief made his decision and handed the statement to Xiao Qin. The many association chiefs in the pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. "Are you satisfied?" Wei Fatso put on an act, scowling miserably as he signed the new agreement, giving 60% of the profits. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Soon, only the 3 association chiefs remained. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's new agreement was very tempting. However, most of the time, one could not clear the profits just because one said so. I like loyal people the most. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Chairman Wei's loyalty, with the sun and the moon as a witness. You are willing to give up 20% of the profits. How can I betray your loyalty? Let's not talk about this anymore. The blue dragon image condensed and materialized into countless dragon images, forming the ancient 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. Jin Bao vomited a mouthful of blood. This punch had taken away most of his life, putting him on the verge of death. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao. I am just an insignificant pavilion master. Who cares whether I am satisfied or not? Su Yi laughed softly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a wind chime. This person was born with a beautiful voice. It would be a pity if she did not become a singer. A murderous intent flashed in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. Then, he used the last of his strength to grab the two guards. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Stop! Don't be rude to Lord Xiao." Jin Bao, thanks Lord Xiao for sending me off. Let's go. However, Xiao Qin had chased away the 7 merchant associations, even offending Lu Zhan and Jin Bao at the same time. Furthermore, he had reshuffled the cards without her consent. This upset Su Yi. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhan coldly swept his gaze over the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's association chief and understood the true meaning of the new agreement. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief said in a trembling voice as he held the new agreement. Jin Bao felt like he was dying. He was at a loss. Chapter 2231. The imperial capital, Yen City, was flourishing and prosperous. Fragrant chariots and horses, jade chariots crisscrossing, golden whip arrowheads, dragon jaws, phoenix soil tassels. There were even golden threads winding around the trees, celestial birds singing about the flowers, jade trees and silver platforms and window lattice acacia. It was a flourishing scene of rich and powerful nobles competing in luxury and pursuing pleasure. As Xiao Chen strolled through the imperial capital Yen City in the early morning, he fully appreciated the prosperity of the imperial capital Yen City. Many thanks to you for Wu Meng's matter. After leaving the main building, Su Yi checked on Wu Meng's injuries again. Then, she got the Misty Rain twin fiends to contact a famous doctor in the imperial capital to treat Wu Meng. It's just a small matter. Even if there isn't a famous doctor, Master Ku Yun's disciple is capable. Your friend's injuries also healed very quickly. However, if I'm not mistaken, he must have been following me in secret. That's why he ended up like this. Su Yi casually glanced at the scene on the street as she spoke in a carefree manner. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Of course, Xiao Chun would not take the initiative to admit this. He said with a serious face. Act. Su Yi thought disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a figure hurried over to them. The person who came was not very old and looked very young. He wore a simple green robe with a green wand embroidered on his collar. This is a messenger from the Azure Phoenix Pavilion. Su Yi, who knew the various major powers of the imperial capital like the back of her hand, explained. Miss, you have good eyes. This must be young Master Xiao. Here is a letter for you. Please keep it well. After handing the letter to Xiao Qin, the messenger left quietly, his figure quickly drowning in the tide of people. Opening the envelope, Xiao Qin read the contents. There were not many words in the letter, just a simple sentence. I heard that benefactor Xiao has come to Yen City, and I am very happy. Let's meet at the Misty Rain Pavilion in 3 days. The Hidden Spirit Temples, Little Monk, Yuan Zhen. Xiao Qin put away the letter and thought to himself, how fast! This fellow has just arrived in Yen City, and he already received the news. He must have come for the key to the Divine Palace. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to prepare a private room for me in the Misty Rain Pavilion 3 days later. It's simple. I'll send someone to arrange it after I return. This small interlude did not interrupt Xiao Chen's mood. The capital's beautiful scenery was worth visiting. However, when he invited Su Yi out, he did not really want her to accompany him shopping. Instead, he wanted to test her attitude. However, there was no rush. He believed that Su Yi was more anxious than he was. As expected, after a while, Su Yi took the initiative to ask, "What do you plan to do next?" After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, the Heavenly Alliance's profits in the Yanwu dynasty decreased by at least 80%. Not only do you have to face pressure from the Heavenly Alliance, but you also have to face the threat of the noble clans in the capital. Xiao Chen said calmly, "We will take the initiative to attack. First, we will cut off the Heavenly Alliance's resources from these 7 great merchant associations. I say, Ayin, one of sect, one with." A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. In the end, she had underestimated this Xiao Chen. It looked like he came prepared. He was very clear about what he had done and did not regret it at all. "Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, it will be difficult for me. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me." The Misty Rain Pavilion managed the resources provided by the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Then, they distributed them to the 10 merchant associations. Based on the current situation, the Misty Rain Pavilion's authority was in Su Ye's hands. If she was not willing, it would be impossible for her to cut off the 10 merchant associations' resources. "It's fine. I'll bear all the responsibility. If you find it difficult, you can leave it to me." Xiao Chen's meaning was clear. "If Su Yi is not willing, then let's go. I'll do it myself." Su Ye's expression changed. Clearly, she made up her mind. After a while, she said, "All right, I agree. However, I always keep 10% of the Heavenly Alliance's resources for myself. This rule cannot be changed in the future." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "I can tell that this pretty Su Yi is so black-hearted. She keeps 10% of the resources for herself. Who knows how much profit she has made over the years? Now that I think about it, she cannot take it all by herself. I do not know if the Sword God noble clans are behind her. However, it is good that things are clear. Now that I know the other party's bottom line, many things will be easier to negotiate." "All right, it is settled, then. Which one do you think is better? The 9 Cauldron Pavilion, the Linling Pavilion, or the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association?" There was no need to fall out with Su Yi for now. 10% of the resources was still within Xiao Chen's acceptable range. The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association are at the bottom of the 10 merchant associations. They do not have deep ties to the noble clans, and their presence is negligible. That's why they dare to sign a new contract. If you want to support them, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion is the only choice. However, Fatso is not easy to deal with. He looks like he is acting crazy, but in reality, he is very ambitious and capable. Su Yi had a very high evaluation of Wei Dexin. She said seriously, "If you are not worried about him biting back at you, there should not be a problem. It looks like this is the only choice." The 9 Cauldron Pavilion had a rather deep relationship with Xiao Chen. Su Yi looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly smiled. "I discovered that I really cannot see through you. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion is supported by the First Prince. The Golden Essence Merchant Association is supported by the 13th Prince. These 2 princes are very strong and have the ability to seize the throne. To think that you are not flustered at all. Can you tell me why you are so confident? Are you really not afraid of death?" When Su Yi saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about how to support the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, she could no longer hold back. Su Yi could no longer hold back. Including Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had already offended 3 princes. Su Yi simply could not understand how Xiao Chen dared to offend the royal clan in Yen City. "I can tell you. However, you have to tell me, what is your relationship with the Sword God's noble clan?" Xiao Chen asked softly with a smile, raising his eyebrows. "Forget it." At the mention of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Ye's expression immediately changed, even turning somewhat cold. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party's relationship with the Sword God's noble clan was not as simple as he thought. The Sword God's noble clan was a noble Orthodox clan. To think that they allowed a woman to manage a brothel in public. Actually, this was very strange, even more serious than when fiendish saber Shimu practiced the saber technique. Su Ye's expression was the same as the previous night. When Xiao Chun mentioned the Sword God's noble clan, the other party's expression immediately changed. It looked like this was the other party's taboo. There had to be something strange about this. That is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered an ancient pavilion that was even more majestic and grand than the Misty Rain Pavilion. So he quickly changed the topic. Right, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is the best brothel in the imperial capital Yen City. It has the best musicians and the most beautiful singers. Furthermore, it has a powerful sword dance that has been passed down for a long time and is known as the best in the world. When the fairy basket appears, even a sovereign emperor will make a move. The profits there are horrifying. At the mention of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Su Yi revealed a complicated and somewhat respectful expression, successfully forgetting her earlier unhappiness. Xiao Chen recalled the Pleasure Quarter Alliance that Imo-chan mentioned. Aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital Yen City belong to the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. From a certain point of view, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. How does the Misty Rain Pavilion compare to it? Su Yi frowned slightly and sighed softly. The 10 headliners of the imperial capital are all in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion has only one. The greatest difference is accumulations. The other party can continuously nurture headliners, but the Misty Rain Pavilion cannot. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of someone. He asked, "Have you heard of the headliner Ling Long?" Naturally. She has been one of the 10 headliners for a long time already. Her supreme pipa skills are unparalleled in the world, unrivaled. She can be called an immortal musician. However, she already... Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to continue, someone suddenly got tossed out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed heavily on the street. This immediately caused a commotion. There were always people who did not follow the rules in the pleasure quarters. Most of them were people who could not resist making a move on the courtesans. Such a situation happened practically every day. Then, many people went to watch the commotion. "Another lecher," Su Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Qin looked around. A large group of people appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It seemed like they did not want to let go of the person who got tossed out. "Ha ha ha. Foolish brat, you got tossed out again, right? Big brother already told you not to go in. When the time comes, just snatch him away. However, you refuse to listen. Ha ha ha." However, a beggar caught the person who got tossed out. The beggar smiled, giving a good impression. Xiao Qin found the person who got caught somewhat familiar. He wanted to follow and take a few more glances. However, that beggar laughed loudly as he grabbed that person. Soon he disappeared into the crowd. This angered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion guards into cursing. They looked around for the person, but could not find him. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he could only give up. Let's go back." When Xiao Chen and Su Yi turned to leave, a window opened on the top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The flower-like girl looked in the direction of the beggar's departure. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. She was disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 2232. As Xiao Chen leisurely strolled around the imperial capital, he and Su Yi came to a preliminary consensus. This matter that would startle Yen City and affect the entire Yenwu dynasty settled down peacefully, just like that. The 10 subordinate merchant associations of the Heavenly Alliance occupied more than 70% of the entire dynasty's market. However, due to the deep involvement, the Heavenly Alliance could not get the biggest slice of the pie, even though it wanted to. These merchant associations and the local noble clans worked together to split the true benefits. What was left to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was just a layer of soup. Even if they wanted to, they had to maintain the status quo due to the successive deaths of the previous envoy inspectors. After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, how long could Xiaoqin live? Would he end up like the previous envoy inspector? No one could be confident that he would die a violent death. Xiaoqin had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he made such a big move. It would be hard not to stir up a storm. The road ahead was dangerous, and the storm would be hard to stop. Undercurrents gathered, waiting for the day to erupt. In the courtyard behind the misty rain pavilion, Xiaoqin's mental state did not change, remaining calm. After killing the Thunderbolt twin sabers, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, 3 life flower, he tested out a small part of his skills. The results satisfied Xiaoqin. The 3 life flower was only at initial perfection, still far from great perfection. The more it was so, the more anticipation he felt. When it truly reached great perfection, how startling would the 3 life flowers might be. Aside from this, Xiaoqin gained a new understanding of the 10,000 dragons art. The 10,000 dragons picture materialized with the blue dragon as the leader was simply incomparable to the previous 10,000 dragons picture. With the support of the new 10,000 dragons picture, Xiaoqin could clash head-on with a 3-vein sovereign emperor with his 1-vein sovereign emperor divine energy cultivation, gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it has something to do with me activating the royal blue dragon bloodline. A bright light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes as he said seriously, no matter what kind of storm he stirred up, the most important thing now was to raise his strength. Without overthinking, Xiaoqin focused on refining his soul with the soul accumulating pill. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the 3 life flower and the 10,000 dragons art's first layer. He could clearly feel his strength increasing at every moment. The strength of the royal blue dragon bloodline was slowly manifesting itself, giving Xiaoqin endless transformations. 3 lives flower. When the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. What it pursues is the instant of eruption, the ultimate power. If you want to increase this explosive power, you have to give the flower nutrients and light before it blooms, and then accumulate the power to bloom. No, that's not right. If I can't untie this knot, I'm afraid I can only reach initial mastery of the 3 lives flower. Where did I go wrong? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe I'm confused now. I should pursue my initial feeling and walk straight to the end. During these 3 days, Xiaoqin's cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art and nourishing his soul energy went smoothly. With the help of the sovereign blue dragon bloodline and the soul accumulating pill, he improved rapidly. Only the cultivation of the 3 life flower reached a bottleneck, stopping at small success. The 3 life flower and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move were much more difficult than expected. The instant the flower blooms, the 3 illuminations, Xiaoqin muttered to himself as he paced around the courtyard. Then he looked up and saw jade-green decorations in the mirror lake behind the misty rain pavilion. When Xiaoqin looked carefully, he saw lotus leaves forming a green sea growing in the lake. When he looked into the distance, he could see blue flowers growing among the lotus leaves. Blue lotus flowers. This startled Xiaoqin slightly as he recognized the origins of these flowers. The blue lotus flower was also known as the water lily. It symbolized holiness, dignity, and solemnity. This flower had many connections to the Buddhist sect. Due to the hidden spirit temple, blue lotus flowers were rather common in the imperial capital. The lotus flowers had already bloomed beautifully. At some point in time, they looked very beautiful on the mirror lake. Perhaps I really was wrong at the start. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. It is not the instant the flower blooms, but the illumination of 3 lives. What it pursues is not the instant of eruption, but the saber strike after the flower blooms. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed joy on his face. He quickly closed his eyes and started comprehending again. Boundless, veritable essence energy and soul energy poured into his chest from his limbs and bones. Instantly, specks of light shot out from his chest. In the next moment, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, blue petals silently bloomed from his body. The immortal flowers bloomed, and a blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent instantly bloomed, with Xiao Chen as the center. Xiao Chen was not done yet. He drew the tyrant saber, and a saber light shot out. Instantly, the sky filled with blue lotus flowers. The light of the blue lotus flowers illuminated the entire world. He could not see the misty rain pavilion, the Mirror Lake, or even the imperial capital, Yen City. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, the various scenes that Xiao Chen experienced flickered in the surroundings, twisting into shadows. As Xiao Chen stood on the blue lotus flowers, his eyes looked crystal clear. His mortal heart was transparent and bright. So that is the case. My heart is the foundation of this move. When the mundane heart is covered in dust, the instant the flower blooms, it is cleansed and illuminated for 3 lifetimes. Xiao Chen only drew the tyrant saber. If he drew the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer, who knew what kind of dreamlike scene this 3-life flower would show? With a thought, the light and shadows scattered, and the blue lotus flowers under Xiao Chen retracted. Finally, they gathered into a flower core and merged with Xiao Chen's heart, turning into an immortal heart that was cleansed and bright. This immortal heart did not refer to an immortal. Instead, when the 3-life flower reached great perfection, the mundane heart transformed into a brand new immortal heart. I finally reached great perfection. I just need to continue practicing this immortal heart, and I can make the blue lotus flowers bloom at any time. Xiao Chen tightly clenched his right fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The elegance in his eyes became even more calm and reserved, appearing unfathomable. The 3-life flower was already so strong, bringing about a qualitative transformation. He looked forward to what kind of pleasant surprise merciless killing would bring him. The 3 days are up. That Yuan Zhen should be here tomorrow, right? At the same time, the association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 subordinate merchant associations gathered again in Yen City. This time, they met at the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao's place. When the bountiful treasure pavilions, Lu Zhang saw Jin Bao's pale complexion, he mocked. "Old brother Jin, you are severely injured, yet you are here to manage the situation. This Lu really admires your spirit." Jin Bao smiled coldly and retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Back then, I nearly peed my pants in fright. If not for Pavilion Master Su helping you, you would have ended up in an even more unsightly state than I did. The 2 of you don't argue. This time, we are discussing countermeasures. This is not the time to fight because of personal feelings." When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief saw that the 2 were about to start arguing again, he quickly tried to pacify them. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Countermeasures? Is there a need to think about it? Ha ha ha. This fellow is already at death's door. Is there a need for us to care?" When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. "Is the first prince making a move?" Lu Zhang smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. He just looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Even Jin Bao felt curious. He gave Lu Zhang a few more glances and said coldly, "Stop being so flustered. Just say what you have to say." "Indeed. What great idea does Senior Lu have? Share it with us." "That's right. Stop hiding it. Let's think about it together. Who knows? We might be able to make that brat die even faster." Lu Zhang put on a show and took a sip of tea. Then he said slowly, "To think that this fellow offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before. Fortunately, he came to the imperial capital. How long do you think he can continue to cause trouble?" The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been in the imperial capital Yen City for tens of thousands of years. Even before the Yenwu dynasty was established, it had experienced the rise and fall of several dynasties. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented had deep accumulations, even older than the Yenwu dynasty itself. To think that Xiao Chen offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This was truly a major matter. The many association chiefs were startled when they heard this. Then they started laughing and quickly asked, "How does the Smiling Daughter Pavilion intend to deal with him?" Lu Zhang put down his teacup and replied seriously, "He stole the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's holy relic, the fairy basket. Originally, as long as he handed over the holy relic, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not make things difficult for him. However, after the first prince learned of this, he decided to teach Xiao Qin a lesson, to show him who calls the shots in Yen City." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Jin Bao, who had remained silent at the side. He said sinisterly, "Perhaps we can make use of this opportunity. It is not easy for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to stand up for him. How can we only teach him a lesson?" With the succession race at hand, the other factions in Yen City more or less feared the Heavenly Alliance. They did not dare to rashly touch Xiao Qin. However, if the Smiling Daughter Pavilion stood up for him, it would be a different story. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance did not fear the Heavenly Alliance in Yen City. There was no need for them to fear anything. Xiao Chen offended many factions, affecting the interests of many noble clans. They could no longer hold back and wanted to make a move on him. Now that an opportunity presented itself, no one would give it up so easily. The 13th prince only told me one thing. Either I don't touch him, or once I do, I will ruthlessly trample on him, not giving him a chance to turn things around. Jin Bao felt that this was not enough. He threatened in a sullen voice, "Xiao Qin is a vengeful person. Don't think that he will submit just because you teach him a lesson. There are only two outcomes for opposing him. Either he kneels or we kneel. If you do not want to kneel, then listen to me this time." Chapter 2233. While the storm did not seem to stir Yen City, undercurrents surged on the surface. News of the new envoy inspector chasing away the 7 merchant associations had already spread. Each of the 7 merchant associations had an ancient noble clan behind them. 2 of them even had connections to the princes of the dynasty. When Xiao Qin decided not to leave behind any parasites, a storm was bound to happen. Benefits were like flesh and blood. Xiao Qin used a knife to cut off other people's flesh, cutting off other people's blood. No one would be able to endure such a thing. However, with the succession race at hand, none of the princes dared to be careless. No one dared to make the first move. If they could not take down Xiao Chen in one strike, they might end up facing Xiao Chen's revenge and end up being implicated in their race to be the crown prince. The gains do not make up for the losses. However, the storm had already started. The longer they suppressed it, the more intense it would erupt. No matter how dangerous this invisible undercurrent was, no one cared about it. Xiao Chen's group was not overly anxious. They cultivated bitterly. When the group left the Heavenly Alliance, they had exchanged for a large number of resources. Origin liquid, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques were all in hand. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. If these resources could be converted into accumulations, everyone's strength would soar. On this particular day, the appointed time with Yuan Zhan arrived. Xiao Chen woke up very early and went directly to the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was not open for business in the morning. When Xiao Chen arrived, Su Yi was leading a group of singers and dancers in rehearsal. The lineup of the rehearsal somewhat startled Xiao Chen. There were a total of 100 women on the stage. All of them held different musical instruments. Qin, flute, ruler, zither, bell, drum. There were many more. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The thing that shocked Xiaoqin the most was that every instrument was actually a soul tool. That was right. That was to say, there were close to 100 soul tools on the stage. Xiaoqin felt stunned. Even the smiling daughter pavilion did not have such a grand entourage. Soul tools were not cabbages. Xiaoqin dared to say that even a rank 7 sect would not have so many soul tools. Woo woo! The sound of a flute rang out. It was ethereal and spiritual, and in an instant, everyone was immersed in its artistic conception. It was as if he had turned into a red-crowned crane and was passing through the clouds. Ding ding dang dang. It was the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was like spring water hitting rocks in the mountains, crisp and clear. It was as if 2 chess players were playing chess. One chess piece after another fell to the ground along with the sound of spring water. Soon after, the sound of the pipa rang out. The sound of the pipa was incomparably beautiful, and one could feel the superb skill of the person playing it, as well as the emotions that were stirred up at will. However, even though Xiaoqin was an amateur, he could tell that there were many musical instruments in this group of soul treasure-level instruments. The sound of the pipa was slightly inferior. Normally, it would not be a big deal. However, it appeared somewhat strange among a group of soul tools. However, Xiaoqin had no time to think too much, because more instruments were playing at the same time. The tune changed wildly, becoming incomparably impassioned. It was as if a poem was being written, a legend being passed down. It was grand and imposing, making one's mind tremble and blood boil. Clang! Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the stage, appearing at the perfect moment. Just as everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to draw their swords, it appeared. Whoosh! Another flash of saber light appeared. Immediately, sabers and swords clashed. Together with the hundreds of musical instruments, they played a grand tune. It was refreshing and instantly entrancing. When the sabers and swords clashed, it was both a saber dance and a sword dance. The ones holding the sabers and swords were pretty women. This was the only point that Xiaoqin felt was insufficient. While it was pretty, it was pretty. It was beautiful, but it lacked the charm of the saber Dao and the sword Dao. The main reason was that these 2 women were dancers and did not have high cultivations. If it were 2 cultivators who comprehended the sword Dao and saber Dao domains working together with that epic, legendary ensemble, they would be even stronger. It would probably be a level higher, and the effect would be even better. Among the hundreds of headliners, Su Yi sat alone in the center, wearing a red qipao. She showed a focused expression as she strummed the zither strings. Su Ye's elegance and beauty, as well as her superb skills, did not pale in comparison to this group of headliners. Due to her unique air, she even attracted attention. She was like a bright moon among the stars, aloof from the world. Clang! Suddenly, Su Yi pressed down on the zither strings, and the zither hummed endlessly. The others all stopped playing their instruments. Fatigue and dissatisfaction flashed on Su Ye's face. Then she waved her hand and said, "Disperse. We will practice again another day." Clearly, Su Yi was not very satisfied with the performance, even somewhat disappointed. After everyone else left, Su Yi walked over to Xiaoqin's side and said, "Lord Xiao, you are really early today. Milord must have seen a joke." "It's not really a joke. However, it is an eye-opener for me. Such a grand ensemble is arduous and thankless. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although it looked impressive, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. I'm very curious, what is Pavilion Master Su trying to do?" Needless to say, it was indeed an eye-opener and refreshing experience. However, as Xiaoqin said, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. If that happened, there would be no value in performing. It would be arduous and thankless, and there would be no benefits at all. Su Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed arduous and thankless. However, in one's life, one must have some goals. My greatest wish is to be able to combine the 10 great ancient music scores into one and perform them together while I'm still alive." "So, you spent all the profits from the Misty Rain Pavilion on buying soul treasure musical instruments?" When Xiaoqin heard that, a thought occurred to him. The Heavenly Alliance's 10% profit every year was a huge profit. Su Yi alone could not finish them all. If she used all the profits to collect these musical instruments, that would explain it. "Lord Xiao, you are overthinking. Musical instruments are cheaper than weapons. The Heavenly Alliance's profits are not enough to collect so many soul treasure musical instruments. My mother collected several of them, but it is still far from enough," Su Yi said seriously. When mentioning these soul tools, Su Yi did not try to hide anything. "Speaking of which, I still have not properly thanked Pavilion Master Su for helping me out previously. Coincidentally, I happen to have a pipa with me. If you are willing, I can lend it to you." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then he took out the medial grade soul tool pipa from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and handed it to Su Yi. "Profound heaven?" Su Yi held the pipa in her hand and adjusted it for a while before starting to play it. Immediately, a pipa song flowed smoothly from her fingertips, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ear, penetrating one's heart. This made Xiaoqin feel embarrassed. Compared to the pipa that he played randomly in the past, he simply did not know what this was. Good pipa. The pipa was also known as the huqin. Su Yi praised softly, unable to put it down. Unconcealable joy flickered in her eyes. This was pure joy, just like when Xiaoqin found the Heavenly Slayer spirit weapon. This was a bladesman's pure love for the saber. Lord Xiao, state a price. No matter how much this pipa is worth, I want it, Su Yi said softly as a bright light appeared in her eyes. Xiaoqin sighed. How unfortunate. I was going to give this pipa to my martial nephew, so that he can use it as a token of love. You can use it first. I cannot make the decision. Otherwise, I would have given it to you directly. That is indeed unfortunate. Su Yi felt somewhat disappointed. However, she still said joyfully, "Thank you, Big Brother Xiao. This is good. Zi Yun will not have to complain anymore. The person you are waiting for is already in the private room. He arrived last night. In that case, I'll go first." When Xiaoqin reached the private room, he saw a cloaked person who had been sitting there for a long time. When this person saw Xiaoqin arrive, he removed his cloak and revealed his shiny bald head. This was the smiling Yuanzhen of the hidden spirit temple. "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been?" Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Stop being so polite. You want the ethereal Immortal Palace key, right? It is yours in the first place. I do not intend to keep it." Yuanzhen felt disdain for Xiaoqin in his heart. If it were in the past, he might have believed him. However, after being tricked by Xiaoqin several times, it would be strange if he still believed him. "However, you have to tell me where the ethereal Immortal Palace's language is." Yuanzhen nodded in agreement. After some thought, he said, "Honestly speaking, no one knows where the ethereal Immortal Palace is exactly. We only know the general area. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. However, this prophecy has never been accurate before. It is hard to say how trustworthy it is." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyan had said the same thing. The ethereal Immortal Palace lived up to its name. It was indeed ethereal. Every prophecy said that it would appear. However, it never did. Perhaps the true location had not been determined yet. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. I heard that the universe origin sect's Taoist, the profound heaven's holy sun, the abyssal underworld's people, the Shuowu dynasty's people, and the factions behind the ethereal Immortal Palace keys are all making preparations. Yuanzhen told Xiaoqin some of the secrets he knew to show his sincerity. "Kassier." Just at this moment, the door to the private room opened, and Su Yi walked in. At the crucial moment, Yuan Zhen quickly pulled up his hood, covering his shiny bald head. Su Yi gave Yuan Zhen a somewhat strange look. Then she handed an invitation to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, your invitation." Xiao Chen received the invitation with some suspicion. Then he felt excited. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Who sent the invitation? Su Yi asked out of curiosity. She had not opened it yet, so she did not know. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Just an ordinary friend." "Oh, in that case, I won't spare you." Su Yi found it strange as she turned and left. Xiao Chen glanced at Yuan Zhen and said, "Accompany me somewhere, and I will return the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you." Yuan Zhen's expression did not change when he heard that, not showing any joy at all. He said indifferently, "Swear it first." Thinking about it, Xiao Chen had tricked her too badly, so she no longer trusted him. "All right, I, Xiao Chen, swear that as long as you accompany me to this invitation, I will definitely return the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you." Xiao Chen said seriously with a sincere expression. Only then did Yuan Zhen reveal some joy. He smiled and said, "All right, I promise you. As long as it is not a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere."